Okay, so welcome everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome back to our second and last day of this conference on biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradations, the implications for macroeconomics and financial stability. Just to recall a few housekeeping rules, the conference is broadcasted live on the Central Bank of Chile YouTube channel and the Facebook Live. The recording of all the panels of each day will be available on the YouTube channel after the conference. Please note that there is a simultaneous translation from English to Spanish. We will also have the recordings available in both languages. For the questions and answers section, please share your questions in the Q&A and section at the bottom part of your screen. And we will have 10 minutes at the end of the sessions to address as much as we can. So let me now to pass the floor to Alberto Naudón, board member of the Central Bank of Chile, who will be the moderator of our fourth session. Alberto, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Gonzalo, and thank you to the organization for inviting me to chair this session and for organizing this wonderful seminar on a very, very important topic. As you know, central banks, supervisors of the financial system and organizations at the international and local level are increasingly recognize the fundamental role that preserving the biodiversity and ecosystem services plays for the macroeconomic stability. In this fourth session, we will have three extraordinary experts who will tell us about the state-of-the-art methodologies and tools that we can use to incorporate natural capital into standard macroeconomic models, an issue that I think is very interesting and very important for central banks that do a lot of modeling and also for analysts in general. These three experts are very well reputed specialists in this area. One of them is O'Neill Banerjee. O'Neill is the director of RMGEO Consultants. O'Neill has 17 years of professional experience in over 30 countries and is driven by the goal of enhancing livelihood opportunities for the poor and marginalized through improved natural resources management policy and practice. Mr. Banerjee and colleagues initiate the Integrated Economic Environmental Modeling Platform project at the Inter-American Development Bank, where he worked driving the natural capital agenda for 10 years as a natural resource economist. After that, O'Neill rejoined the firm RMGEO Consultants as director to expand IEEM coverage, application and capacity around the world. Mr. Banerjee has honorary research associate status with the College of Science and Mathematics at Montclair State University in US and earned a PhD in forest policy and economic from the University of Florida, also in US. O'Neill has published 4 book chapters and over 30 peer-reviewed journal papers and has also more than 50 working papers on the topic. Second in this panel is Stephen Polanski. He is Regents Professor and Fessler-Lampert Professor of Ecological Environmental Economics at the University of Minnesota. His research focuses on issues at the intersection of ecology and economics, including the value of ecosystem services and natural capital, biodiversity conservation, land use, sustainability, common property resources, and environmental regulation. He is also co-founder of the Natural Capital Project. Mr. Polanski served as senior staff economist for environment and resources for the President Council of Economic Advisors between the years 1998 and 1999. He has served on the board of director for the Nature Conservancy and Beijing Institute of Ecological Economics and other prestigious organizations. He was a coordinating lead author on nature's contribution to people for the global assessment of the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. He is a member of the National Academy of Science and a fellow of the Association of Environmental and Resource Economists. He received a PhD in economics from University of Michigan in 1986. Finally, the final member of this panel is Justin Johnson. Justin Andrew Johnson is an assistant professor of applied economics at the University of Minnesota. He received his PhD in 2014 from applied economics at the University of Minnesota as well. Justin works closely with the Natural Capital Project at the Institute on the Environment, same university, and also Stanford University. Justin's research focuses on how the economy affects the environment and vice versa, and on global to local states. Currently, Justin leads a project that links the Global Trade Analysis Project out of Purdue University with the Integrated Valuation of Ecosystem Services and Trade-off model for the Natural Capital Project, aiming to build strong quantitative evidence on how changes in ecosystem services affect economic performance at the macroeconomic level and how global policy can be designed to sustainably manage our natural capital. As you see, we have an extraordinary group of people to learn a lot about modeling. So I will stop here and give the floor to O'Neill. You have, I think, 25 minutes or more or less.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Alberto. I think that this is very much our target audience that we've had over the last number of years. So it's quite rewarding to be here and speak with you today. So let me go ahead and share my screen with you. So I'm going to speak with you about the Integrated Economic Environmental Modeling Platform. And this is something that project that we initiated at the Inter-American Development Bank, at the IDB, in 2013. I'm going to speak with you about essentially what is it and what it's good for, and then present a couple of concrete applications. So this has been a work that we've undertaken over a number of years. The collaborators that I mentioned here are co-authors on a couple of the applications I'll be presenting to you today. So first of all, what is Eam? So we haven't reinvented the wheel in terms of analytical tools here. We've started essentially with an economy-wide computable general equilibrium model, which is at the core of what Eam is. Many of you will know that these models are routinely used for public policy and investment analysis. So within planning divisions, within central banks, within finance ministries, by multilaterals, including the IDB, the World Bank, and others. So it has quite a bit of literature and underpinnings in terms of the theory and practice over the last 4 decades. Professor Kenneth Arrow mentioned, in all cases where repercussions of proposed policies are widespread, there is simply no real alternative to CG. So whenever you're reading really something that says X impact on the economy, on GDP is going to be this, if the analysis is robust, you would expect it would have been done with a CG type model. The thing that has concerned myself and my colleagues over the last number of years is the fact that natural capital and ecosystem services are almost absent in these analytical frameworks. So this is the core reason why we initiated this project. So what's the value added of Eam? So, well, of course, first of all, it begins with the CGE, which we use for policy analysis to ask what if sorts of questions. It's future looking, so we're always looking towards the future. What would things look like in 2030 or 2040? How would these investments unfold in terms of GDP, in terms of wealth, in terms of employment? So that's central to a CGE as well as Eam. But Eam goes beyond the CG by integrating the system of environmental economic accounting, the SIA central framework, which essentially covers off on most market ecosystem services. So provisioning services, food, fiber, minerals, fuel, timber, etc. Eam contains natural resource modeling modules that are specific to natural capital asset sectors, such as forestry, fisheries, and mining, which operate differently than sectors such as textiles or automobile manufacturing, for example. Forests grow, they can be degraded, they can be deforested, etc. Eam generates the standard economic indicators, the metrics that ministries of finance and central banks are concerned with, so GDP, employment, poverty, etc., but also metrics related to natural capital and wealth. In order to get at the non-market ecosystem services, so one thing with a CG model is you cannot have something that is not paid for. So anything that is purchased, anything that is purchased requires an income to do so. So it needs to accept these accounting rules. So for this reason, we're not able to introduce welfare values or stated preference estimations of non-market ES. The way that we've gotten at this question is by linking Eam with spatial modeling. And this is where the land use, land cover change, and ecosystem services modeling comes into play. So just a brief overview of the workflow that we employ here. And this will become clear when I go over the application. So we always start with the policy question. So what is it that we're looking at? We calibrate an Eam model. We run a base scenario, which is our reference, our counterfactual. And then we run our scenarios in Eam to explore that policy question. We generate a demand for land, and this demand for land is spatially attributed with our land use land cover change model. So this is an essential bridge between the economic, generally aspatial model, though we usually disaggregate at the level of state and department, as you can see here in the map of Mexico. So we link the aspatial model with a spatial model, which is Dynaclue in this case. And this generates projections of land use land cover change that are scenario based and also for our counterfactual. We're interested in the policy impacts, the difference between the two. The next step then is to use the ecosystem services modeling tools that are available. And INVEST is the most widely used suite of ecosystem services models available. They're brilliantly documented. And these are the tools that we use to model the ecosystem services. We developed data packets for these models, for 5 of the models, to essentially enable these to be plug and play. So all of the data and parameters that are required to run 5 of the INVEST ES models is available in these data packets for over 30 countries now through the Eam initiative. So the standard workflow goes in this one unidirectional sort of way, right? So we start with the policy question, we end up with an impact on ecosystem services. But we need to go beyond that because we know that changes in ecosystem services flows should have an impact on economic behavior, on agent behavior, on how producers produce, on how consumers consume, etc. And to do so, one of the ways that we've addressed this is by developing this iterative framework where we have a feedback between a change in ecosystem service supply that we've linked to the economy through some transmission mechanism. And so there are different ones you could think of. We'll focus on erosion, but we could think of water quality. How does water quality affect human health? How does water quality affect tourism values? How does air quality affect human health, etc.? So there are many of these sorts of linkages that we can establish. But in this framework, we need to do so in a concrete and quantitative sort of way. And that's what we do. So we link this change in ecosystem services supply in the future back to the economy. We rerun Eam. We generate a new land use projection because economic agents have changed their behavior in response. And this typically results in a change in projections of land use land cover. So this should become more clear as I go through an application. In the process, we generate a value for that ecosystem service. So the marginal value of that ecosystem service is produced as a result of this analysis. So here, this is just a bit of a thought piece, this slide here, in terms of key research challenges. So I think that some of us, including myself, tend to take these things for granted in that, we can speak conceptually about them, but to model them in a quantitatively meaningful way, for many of these, we're not quite there yet. So this is really one of the research challenges that we're facing. So to implement that iterative sort of framework, we need to know, okay, we have a change in ecosystem service supply. How does that change affect the economy? What are the variables, or what are the factors within the economy that change in ecosystem service supply affects? So I think I've been thinking about this in two ways. First, where ecosystem services are spatially modeled, which often implies a change in land use land cover. And then when ES are not spatially modeled, so emissions, for example, you don't necessarily need to do any spatial modeling to integrate feedbacks between changes in emissions, air quality, and health, for example. So perhaps this might be something we could discuss further on. Some arrows that move. So proof of concept, this one, I was going to make this the bulk of my presentation, in fact, but then I decided not to and just kind of hone in on the main message and then present something else in addition. But what I'm trying to show here is something that we're working through conceptually that we think could be useful in helping countries develop plans and strategies to achieve decarbonization of different sectors. So in this case, this is a very brief application of decarbonization of AFOLU, agriculture, forestry, and other land uses in Costa Rica. So this is a terrible slide with way too many words, but it'll be here for reference. So essentially, Costa Rica has developed a decarbonization plan outlining strategic areas of action to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. AFOLU is responsible for 38% of the CO2 emissions in the country. Therefore, it's a critical piece of the puzzle. The NDCs are a country's commitment to keep temperature at 2% and potentially 1.5. And so many of you are probably much more familiar with this than I, in fact. So the Network for Greening the Financial System developed a range of plausible transmission pathways, scenarios essentially of transition pathways, emissions pathways, sorry. And there's 6 at least. And in this application, we focus on the NDC scenario, which assumes the unconditional NDC is fully implemented. These emissions pathways are generated with these global integrated assessment models. So there are 3 there mentioned: Message, Remind, and GCAM, with different levels of spatial aggregation. They are aggregate models, though. And these have been downscaled for 132 countries. So here comes in Costa Rica. So what's the policy question that we're aiming to address? So the first thing that we were looking at, in fact, in this application is, what are the economic and environmental impacts of implementing Costa Rica's AFOLU strategies, which are described in the decarbonization plan? It's very incipient in terms of the strategies that they've been developing. So, there was a lot of kind of inference and interpretation that was required on our part to quantitatively model or represent what these strategies might comprise of. Then the second thing is, how well aligned is this country level modeling of emissions with the global IAM downscaled results? So as I said, these strategies for AFOLU are incipient so far. There's a focus on some agricultural subsectors, including coffee, rice, and beans, as well as livestock, and then the forest-based systems sectors through agroforestry, silvopastoral systems, and forest plantations, as well as forest conservation. And this is essentially expansion of Costa Rica's existing programs. So how do we answer the question? So we've developed a highly disaggregated Eam model for Costa Rica. I think probably some of our colleagues from the Central Bank of Costa Rica are present, which worked with us in developing the Eam model for Costa Rica. And we link this, as I mentioned, with land use land cover and ecosystem services modeling. We developed scenarios that are based on our interpretation, this is important, of the decarbonization plan, because there aren't specific lines of action as of yet that are quantitative in nature with the cost assigned, which is something that's required for modeling in Eam. But in general, as I mentioned, reducing emissions from crops and livestock and from deforestation degradation through these forest-based systems. So we generate our results in terms of economic impact. So the table on the left, you'll see it shows economic impacts in terms of GDP, wealth. Those are 0. That's my table. Shouldn't say 0 there, but it's on the order of 200 million GDP. What's the interesting one there is cumulative wealth, I would say. So over $7 billion US in cumulative impact on wealth by 2050 through the implementation of these strategies. So of course, there's a lot of detail behind these strategies in terms of, how many hectares, over what period, what's the cost, etc. I'm not going to go into that level of detail here, but those all underpin the definition of these scenarios. We have our land use impact, so an increase in forest plantations, decreases in livestock and crops, etc. And then we have our ecosystem service impacts. So that's what these maps speak to. They're too small for to read. They're more just for decoration. There's not time to go into depth in these, but overall, at a country level, carbon storage increases by 0.43% by 2050, erosion mitigation ecosystem services by 2.28, water quality, which we proxy for through nutrient exports, water quality improves by over 5%, water regulation also marginally improves, and emissions are reduced by over 4 million tons of CO2 equivalent. So that's the first question. And so, that's the first question. The second question then is, how well aligned is this with what the IAMs are saying in terms of emissions pathways. So getting to 2050 net zero emissions. So the green line is COMBI, which is essentially our scenario, which is a combination of all of those policies that I had mentioned. You see these spikes and troughs in our COMBI because of the way that the policy scenarios were implemented. So when the policy actually kicks in, this is the reason. But overall, on average, you could take the average effect and look at it that way. But the main take home here is that the emissions reduction pathways are similar between the IAM global efforts and what we've done at a country scale. What we did discover was ex post is that there are different assumptions with regards to the starting point. So what are the current emissions in Costa Rica in the base year, for example, as well as how forest removals of CO2 are treated. So we're very conservative in our treatment of CO2 and essentially assume that land cover, forest land cover, for example, is in a static state in terms of carbon removals, right? So it's reached a level of maturity where it's no longer removing additional carbon from the atmosphere. This is a strong assumption, and clearly the IAM models are not making this assumptions. But that's not; these are non-issues. These are assumptions that could be aligned should there be any desire to. But considering these differences, and so I won't mention the exact figure because again, this is our interpretation of the decarbonization plan. But what we find is that there's likely more that would be required to do in the AFLU sector to reach the emissions target for that sector, considering the differences in assumptions. So what are the key insights? Reducing emissions from AFLU can result in win-win outcomes. So we saw in general, economic outcomes were all positive, same with ecosystem service outcomes. This isn't the case when we were to look at individual policies. So I showed the results from COMBI, which is the combined policy impact. But when we look at individual policies, some had negative impacts on economic indicators, some had positive, but overall, on balance, if we look at this as a portfolio approach to policy, the net effect is positive. Bottom-up tools like Eam can be used together with IAMs to determine feasible emissions reduction pathways. Eam can be used for exploratory analysis. So, I mean, when you're thinking about strategies, this is the sort of tool that you might use to look at how close you get to your emissions target. We've done very similar analysis to this in the context of sustainable development goals in Guatemala, as an example. So reducing having rural poverty, so cutting poverty by 50%, one of the SDGs, looking at government policies to see how close we get to that, and then determining what the gap is. So that sort of analysis is what these tools can serve. And then, of course, a whole of economy approach is critical. So if we focus on AFOLU, that's great, but what's happening then in the energy sector? So we need to look at this in a sort of economy-wide framework. So that's that. And I just wanted to share that with you because really it's something that we've been thinking through like these last couple of weeks. And so since it was top of mind, I thought it was relevant to share. Now looking at some work that we've done in terms of investing in rural livelihoods, I'll provide this example of Colombia that will go into some of the details of the modeling in slightly more detail. And essentially the policy question that we're beginning with here is, how can Colombia develop rural livelihood opportunities while enhancing natural capital and ecosystem services? So we look at a suite of policies here. We look at a suite of policies aimed to achieve this goal. Primarily payment for ecosystem services. So everything in our modeling has to have, if it has to do with land, it has an area, it has a timeline, it has a cost, and it has a way in which it was funded. So in terms of the PEST program funded through direct taxes, conserving 500,000 hectares of PES, we assume that 1 hectare of PES equals 0.5 hectares of avoided deforestation. We have 125,000 hectares of sustainable silvopastoral systems funded by direct taxes. We have COMBI, which is the combination of the two. And then we have a habitat banking scenario where we're increasing Colombia's habitat banking program by 500,000 hectares. And the funding arrangement is more interesting here, partially through the mining sector, which is currently the main client of these habitat banks, and through external debt. So how do we answer the question? So we link, again, Eam with LULC and ES modeling, land use uncover change and ecosystem services modeling. And we integrate dynamic feedbacks between changes in ecosystem services and the economy. So this is iterative framework where we're running Eam on a 5-year period. For a 5-year period, we're generating demand for land for that period. We're spatially attributing that demand across the landscape, across Colombia's 32 departments on a pixel by pixel basis. And then we're using the output of that with the Invest ecosystem service models, the erosion model, the water yield model, the nutrient export model, and the carbon storage model. We take the results of those, and here in this case, what we were primarily concerned with was erosion. We wanted to link changes in erosion back to the economy. The way that we did this was through agricultural productivity. Changes in erosion affect agricultural productivity. We know that from the literature. We establish a quantitative relationship between the two based on the literature, and we implement in that in our modeling in the second period in T+5, for example. So in 5-year periods. This could be done annually, but this is, it's tremendously time-consuming and laborious. So 5-year periods sounds better to me. So of course, as we discussed, that thought slide about the other linkages that could be made. So we could be thinking about water quality here, tourism values, air quality. There's a variety of ecosystem services that we could be thinking of, both spatial and aspatial. The results we use in benefit cost analysis to build the business case for government investment. So these are projections of land use. This is our base, our counterfactual, showing Colombia without any new policy implemented between the base year, which was circa 2020 to 2040. And then our COMBI scenario. So in this case, COMBI is PES, our Payment for Ecosystem Services program, plus sustainable silvopastoral systems. So here, these are more easy to interpret, these maps. So what we have on the left is change in water regulation, ecosystem services. What we have on the right is changes in erosion mitigation services. And what can you say about this? So the percentages here are indicating country level impact. So one thing you can say is that while changes in water regulation services in the PES scenario, they're enhanced by 6%, though the impact is spatially diverse. Or heterogeneous. You can say that across all of the scenarios and all of the ecosystem services, in fact. But which are the winners, right? So in terms of water regulation, PES is the winner here. PES, ignore the PES plus SPSE at the bottom. Habitat does really well. If we look at erosion mitigation services, Habitat does exceptionally well. SPS, not so much, negative. COMBI also negative. So here we're looking at trade-offs then. So we can think of trade-offs between ecosystem services, but also trade-offs between economic outcomes as well. This is the next slide. You may not have noticed that I changed it because they look similar. Change in carbon storage on the left and change in water quality on the right. So we can say that SPS has a small impact on carbon storage overall. Habitat has a pretty important impact of 7% at the country level. In terms of water quality, Habitat, again, is a real winner, 29%. COMBI has a 10% positive impact. So here we're seeing really the positive impact of PES offsetting some of the negative impact of SPS in this case. mindful of time here. Just a couple more slides. So scenario impacts on economic indicators. So these are the impacts on GDP. These were obviously copied as images, so the values were maintained. GDP impacts of pests, so it's pure conservation. There's probably no surprise that it has a GDP impact that is negative. SPS is positive, $694 million US. Combi is positive. It's pretty much, well, it's the combination of pests and SPS. Habitat is also positive, but less so compared with Combi. Perhaps more interesting here is the bottom table. Now, this is the ecosystem service impact on the economic indicators. So by having run these models in an iterative sort of way, the contribution of doing so in the pest scenario to GDP was $14 million US. In the case of habitat, it was $77 million US. So by implementing the models in this iterative sort of way, this is the marginal value of the change in ecosystem services. So these values are not brought in from other models or from the literature. They're fully consistent and contained within or endogenous to the modeling infrastructure, which is an important point. Now, we were happy with this result, but I've had a less pleasing result lately working through another example. So a month of iterations where, well, the impact was $1 billion US, but $1 billion out of 350 billion. So in terms of, the percentage contribution, it was much less. And so, we need to weigh the efforts of doing these things in this way and also efficiencies. So now finally, results in terms of benefit cost analysis. Here we're showing a conventional benefit cost analysis on the left, which doesn't include ecosystem services values or the value of natural capital. And on the right, it does. So on the right, we see that PES, there's a strong business case for PES and for habitat. But when these values aren't included, so in my job at the IDB, I was in charge of the economic analysis of loans. And so we would run an economic analysis, a cost benefit analysis like this. The PES program wouldn't fly according to this conventional criteria. So a final slide with insights. So PES and HAB contributed an additional 14 billion and 16.6 billion. Enhanced ES flows from HAB generated an additional 77 million in GDP. This is effectively the marginal value of ecosystem services. It's not trivial, since in 1 year it's equal to 69% of the impact of HAB on GDP. The consistency with the SNA and the SIA lends credibility to the results. And one thing that we haven't gone into depth here is the spatial targeting of policies. So what we really found here was the habitat banking scenario was spatially targeted. The PES was not, but the areas of conservation were the same. The habitat scenario, as you saw, on by various metrics, outperformed. And finally, PES and HAB would not be funded by a multilateral using standard cost benefit analysis, but they would when we're including ecosystem services and natural capital. Thank you very much for your interest. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much, O'Neill, for your presentation. Now is the turn of Stephen Polanski. Stephen, the screen is yours. You have 25 minutes for your presentation.
Great. Thank you very much. And it's wonderful to actually be sandwiched in between presentations by O'Neill and also by Justin Johnson, with whom I work closely. And Justin actually will be covering more of what O'Neill already talked about, the importance of doing a computable general equilibrium model, or CGE. So I'm going to use my time to really focus in on another important theme that O'Neill already pointed out, which is, linking between ecosystems and the economy. So oftentimes we talk about valuing ecosystem services or valuing natural capital. But really here, the important point is that, there's a very rich literature in the natural sciences on how ecosystems function. There's a very rich literature on economics obviously, as all of you know, but the links between the two oftentimes are understudied. So we know that nature provides a wide array of benefits and costs to people, which are called ecosystem services or nature's contributions to people. What we do in operating the economy, we affect land use, we affect it more generally natural capital and the ecosystem services they provide. A failure of our current economic system is that these ecosystem services, these are oftentimes public goods, and they're not factored into important decisions that affect natural capital and the flow of services. And by not taking these into account, we damage not only ecosystems in the environment, but human society and economic functioning. This is really illustrated. If you look over the trends over the past 60 years, say, you can say, look, you get what you pay for. And we certainly, in looking at global GDP, it has increased tremendously over the last 60 years since, from 1960 until now, it's gone up from a roughly $11 trillion in 1960 to almost $85 trillion in 2019. It's a huge increase. At the same time, you can reverse this and say you don't get what you don't pay for. And so looking at ecosystem services, most of the categories of ecosystem services or nature's contributions to people have declined. And I'll show this with reference to the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, the global assessment. So in that, we went through the scientific literature and summarized what were the global trends in these categories of ecosystem services. It's a very busy slide. The main point that I want to take from this is in the orange, each of these rows is a category of ecosystem services. In the orange are ones that have shown a global declining trend, and the blue are ones that have shown a global increasing trend. Most of the blues are focused on things that you pay for, right? That are marketed commodities, so energy, food and feed, materials. The regulating services and the more culturally oriented or non-material services, those have mostly shown a downward trend. And these are things that we don't typically pay for through markets. So another way of thinking about this then is, or summarizing this information, is that current market incentives are not enough. We have a misalignment. We have externalities and public goods. So there are some ecosystem services or some investments in natural capital, which are both profitable and from a societal point of view, the net benefits are positive. Those are fine. There are also some investments that are just too costly. So both in terms of societal net benefits and private incentives, we shouldn't do them. But there's a large segment of investments in natural capital that would be socially beneficial but privately unprofitable. And those are the ones that we're most concerned about. So a lot of the work that O'Neill has done, that Justin has done, and I've done is really trying to get at that, correctly value the contributions of nature and then get these into economic incentives. So incorporating the multiple values of nature into economic incentives can generate better ecological, economic, and social outcomes. O'Neill has already mentioned a lot of the work that both Justin and I have done is to put together a suite of ecosystem service models called Invest. It's freely available, open source software. I was very glad to hear O'Neill say that it's very well documented. We feel it is, but anyway, it's available. You can download it, use it for free. We want it to be widely used, and we try to support it with. So if you have questions on its use or anything, we try to support users with a very active network of support. I'm going to talk about two examples of using both Invest, but also the sort of integrated approach that that O'Neill has already laid out and that Justin will also talk about further in his talk. These two examples, one is work with colleagues in China on something called Gross Ecosystem Product, or GEP. And the second is a project with the World Bank deriving what's called a landscape efficiency index. Okay, so first on the gross ecosystem product, this is actually, if you want the reference, this was published in the Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences in 2020. And all of these projects have many collaborators. So I'm certainly not the one to take credit for this work. There's a whole host of people who have contributed. So what is GEP? So China has been at the forefront of trying to come up with a new measure of ecological performance called GEP. It's very similar to GDP. It's more famous cousin, of course. The aim of GEP accounting is to show the value of the contributions of nature or of ecosystems to economy and human well-being, to show how different regions connect, and perhaps use this as the basis of payments for ecosystem services. So those who benefit downstream can pay providers upstream equal to the benefits to provide incentives to maintain those benefits, serve as a performance metric for government officials. So not just did your GDP increase, but how did your GEP do? And the aim is to report GEP alongside of GDP. There's obviously a relationship between GEP and GDP. So GEP is trying to get at the contributions of nature. So both the values of goods and services, which currently are accounted for in GDP. So for example, agriculture, forestry, to some extent tourism, those values are already captured in market transactions, which show up in GDP, but it also includes the non-market benefits. So flood protection, air and water purification, so getting clean air and clean water. The types of contributions of nature which are otherwise invisible in the economic accounts. But obviously GEP is not the full measure of the economy. There are things, industry that much of the value add is not due to nature. So there's a overlap or complementary measures between GDP and GEP. So what are the steps to actually quantitatively compute GEP? Well, the first is to start with the natural capital. So track the magnitude and condition of the natural capital stocks, translate those into the flow of benefits, right? So this is kind of like you have a capital stock. What is the flow of goods and services that are produced by that capital stock? So here we talk about the ecosystem goods and services. Getting a price, what is the value of those goods and services created? And then finally aggregating across goods and services to get to GEP. So very similar to GDP, but obviously a focus on the integration of what is nature contributing into the goods and services. So very briefly, I'll kind of walk through each of these steps. In China, there is something called the China Ecosystem Assessment done every 5 years to measure the natural capital. So it measures the extent and quality of ecosystem types across mainland China. They're on a 5-year cycle. So in the example that I'm going to use in a minute, we use the 2000 ecosystem assessment and the 2015 ecosystem assessment as the basis of the analysis. The second step here is to take what we know about the natural capital and where it is and translate that into ecosystem services. We use INVEST in order to do this, to talk about the flows of a number of important ecosystem services. And for the most part, INVEST calculates biophysical measures of flows. For a few, it will also calculate the monetary value of flows, but in many instances here, we actually augmented INVEST with methods to translate from biophysical to economic. But Just in terms of kind of biophysical flows, so this is just showing output from the base of the China ecosystem assessment and applying InVEST models, showing kind of spatially across mainland China, where are these different ecosystem services, where are they produced? Okay, and then in terms of pricing, there's many, there are some, I mean, if we're producing crops, for example, those are already, agricultural crops are already priced in economic accounts. There are methods of non-market valuation, such as, how did this contribute to the flow of marketed goods and services? So for example, if we increase pollination and that improves the crop quantity or quality, we can value that change in crop quantity or quality using market prices. Other things don't have this. We might have to use replacement costs or other methods. Okay. And then the final step is aggregating it into a measure of GEP, being careful to avoid double counting, as well as also making sure that we actually get to, we can't get to complete coverage. We don't have an assessment of every single ecosystem services, but at least coverage of important ecosystem goods and services. And again, just to emphasize that GEP is not exactly the same as GDP. You can't simply sum these up, but they're complementary measures. They're telling you each providing important sets of information. So we've applied this in a number of places in China. One place in particular at the province level of Qinghai province in Western China. It's known as kind of the water tower of Asia. It's the headwaters of the Mekong, Yangtze, and Yellow Rivers. Very busy slide. I don't expect you to, unless you have phenomenal eyesight, you won't even be able to interpret this. But basically what this does is to, each of the rows here is a type of ecosystem service. So for example, crop production or water use or flood mitigation or carbon sequestration. We valued it in 2000, both in biophysical terms and then using the methods either of market or non-market valuation to turn this into a monetary value. And then looked at both the year 2000 and 2015 and decomposed changes into, was it a change in the physical flow or was it a change in the price that led to a change in value between these 2 years? And then we can do things like spatially know where is the supply of this service coming from. So those are the maps on the left, A through L. And then also who's benefiting from these services. So, maybe downwind or downstream, what are the benefits that are created from ecosystem services generated in Qinghai province? Okay, a second example that I'll just run through quickly is collaboration between the Natural Capital Project and the World Bank to develop something we call the Landscape Efficiency Index. So what this is trying to do is at a national scale level, talk about the efficiency of sustainable natural capital measurement, and particularly land-based natural capital. So it assesses the sustainable provision of multiple ecosystem services relative to the maximum feasible sustainable combination of these services. We've applied this to 146 countries globally, basically all countries of greater than 10,000 square kilometers. We had to drop a few because of data issues, at least for now. So what do we report in this? So we focus on some ecosystem services that are measured in monetary terms. So agricultural crop production, grazing, and timber. Some ecosystem services are difficult to measure in monetary terms. So we're going to talk about biodiversity in particular, but also carbon sequestration. And in doing this, so in this example, we're not going the route that we did in GEP. We're not actually going to monetize all of the ecosystem goods and services, but we'll report some in biophysical terms, such as in biodiversity or with carbon, and some in monetary terms. So the analogy here is kind of like a dashboard. In your car, you don't have one metric that tells you everything about the operation of your car. You have a gas gauge, and you have a speedometer, and you have something that measures whether your engine is running too hot. So the analogy here is we're going to report a dashboard rather than a single metric. So the metrics that we report are on crop, grazing, and forestry production. So basically land-based economic activities, carbon sequestration, and we also have methane emissions from primarily from livestock. And then a variety of a set of measures that capture biodiversity, some that are species-based and some that are ecosystem-based, in order to come up with a biodiversity index. We're also doing water quality. I won't talk about water quality, they're not in these measures. So what can you do? So what we're interested in here is not just reporting on what the current state of affairs is, but what is the potential of a country if it changed its land use and land management. So you could keep it as current management. You could restore it to natural vegetation. You could expand forestry, grazing, and then a variety of crop production approaches. I won't go into the details of that. Then we turn those options. So if you present a land use or land management map of what the country is doing, where it is doing it, we use the INVEST models to talk about biodiversity, grazing, and forestry. We augment that with a couple of other models to get to that complete set of outputs that I just talked about. These use a variety of biophysical data and economic data as inputs, as well as maps of land use and land management. The end result is we'll get monetary returns for our economic activities, greenhouse gas storage, biodiversity, and in the future, water quality. We combine this information into an efficiency frontier. For economists, this is a very standard technique. Think about a production possibility frontier. That's really what this efficiency frontier is doing. We use optimization techniques in order to choose the land use and land management option for each cell that maximizes the weighted sum of the goals of what we're trying to achieve. And then by varying those weights, we can then trace out basically this efficiency frontier or production possibility frontier. And I've showed one here for earlier work we did in Oregon on the west coast of the United States, where the horizontal axis is returns, economic returns in billions of dollars, and the vertical axis is a measure of biodiversity. And the point here is that A through H is tracing out the efficiency frontier and showing the associated land use and land management with each of those labeled points, A through H, along the frontier. Point I is the current landscape. And because point I is well within the frontier, we have Pareto improving moves that we could make. We could increase both the economic, the market returns, as well as the biodiversity. So we've done this, as I said, for now approximately 150 countries, so actually 146 countries, traced out where they are in their current land use and land management relative to where they could be in terms of their efficiency frontier. So I'll just show you three. One is Suriname, and Suriname, as most of you know, is a largely nature intact country. So it's very far to the upper left. So the dot, I don't know if you can see where my cursor is pointing, but the dot that's just below the frontier shows where Suriname is currently operating. It's doing very well in terms of biodiversity and carbon, but is a long way from maximizing its economic returns. But there is a fair amount of movement that could be done, at least moving to increase the economic returns without lowering carbon and biodiversity scores. On the other extreme, many of the highly developed countries, so this is actually a map for Sweden, you'll see its kind of current operations is far down to the lower right, meaning it's doing very well in terms of maximizing the marketed goods and services, but it could be increasing its carbon and biodiversity And then there are countries like Haiti, which could improve a lot in both dimensions, right? So Haiti is far inside of the curve. It has a lot of degraded land, which is both not generating high economic returns, nor is it doing well in terms of carbon sequestration or biodiversity. And we can summarize these, and I actually put in Chile for obvious reasons, but anyway, you can see kind of the first column here is maximizing, how much of the potential gains within the Pareto space on the economic. So without lowering carbon and biodiversity, how much more could you get in terms of economics? So a score of about 0.5 means you could basically double the economic returns without worsening carbon and biodiversity. And you can see here, for example, Sweden is very high in the economic score. Haiti and Suriname are low. On the other hand, within the Pareto space, Suriname is extremely high. Haiti is far less high, especially in terms of carbon sequestration. And then the final column is a summary landscape efficiency score. How close, what are the potential set of gains relative to the maximum possible? How much of those did the country realize? So I want to take a last couple of minutes to talk about not just valuation, but how do we go from now knowing about these ecosystem services to thinking about incorporating them in economic and financial systems. So again, coming back to the slide I showed early on, there is this mismatch. We don't value ecosystem goods and services oftentimes, and we oftentimes fail then to use natural capital efficiently or realize the potential gains. So how do we align these so that we actually get correct decisions and invest in nature when it is, in fact, not only privately profitable, but make that align with what's socially beneficial? There are a number of ways that one could do this. There are basically government programs that pay for conservation. So in the US, there's the Conservation Reserve Program. In China, probably the globally largest program is Sloping Lands Conversion Program, also known as Grain for Green. Within Latin America, there's a really great set of examples from water funds where downstream water users say, Quito, which was one of the pioneers in this, collects some of the water, the payments for water to put upstream for use of conservation to maintain clean water flows downstream. There are commodity certifications schemes, so for soybeans, for palm oil, for sugar, et cetera. There's corporate sustainability programs. And then finally, there's been a huge uptick of interest in sustainable and green finance. So Inter-American Development Bank has been a leader in this area, World Bank, OECD. There are a number of programs now starting up. So just to wrap up, there's a great demand now, which I'm very gratified to see, for quantifying and valuing ecosystem services. There's a lot of really ongoing work, great ongoing work. So work by O'Neill and others and Justin to incorporate, to value accurately natural capital, to show its impact on the economy. There are a number of challenges, but I think the main point I'd like to leave you with is there is really rapid progress on this. So not having precise figures or not having information is no longer an excuse for not doing this. So just as in the 1930s, the Great Depression led us to the need for better macroeconomic performance metrics such as GDP, this current great degradation in nature should be leading us to realize the urgent need for better metrics of ecosystem services and natural capital, and to incorporate these into decision making. So I will stop there. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Steve, for your presentation. Very interesting. Now it's the turn of Justin Johnson. Justin, the screen is yours.
Great, thank you very much all. And thank you for this, this invitation, because as O'Neill said, this is exactly the target audience for what a lot of our striving has been for, is to influence decisions that are made by groups of people like this. So thank you very much for allowing us to live out our dream, if you will. But what I want to talk about today just is very well set up by our previous two presentations. And we're going to talk about applying Earth economy models at the global scale. And again, I just want to reference, just like Steve and O'Neill, many collaborators here centered at the University of Minnesota, the University of Purdue, the Natural Capital Project, Stanford University, et cetera, as well as initial engagements with WWF. This was based out of the WWF UK office with Toby Roxburgh, who's actually the originator of this idea of calling together economists to link economy and Earth models. So I just wanted to put an important shout out there. As is evident in the last two presentations, and frankly, everything else that has been going on in the rest of this conference here, is that there's a growing consensus that sustainability requires considering the entire bioeconomic system. And traditionally, much of the emphasis has been placed on the idea that, or at least within environmental economics, we should identify what is the human impact from economic production on the environment. And so land use change, which is a central thing through all of this analysis that we've seen here today so far, is going to be critical on this, such as deforestation. But the emphasis, I think, is shifting, is that we need to also understand how the environment affects the economy through ecosystem services and degraded natural capital. So that would be things like providing clean water and all the other elements that we've heard about from the last two conversations here. But basically, I think the broader point that I want to make is that this growing interest in this area is understanding that we need to use tools that economists have built, such as one of our favorite tools, general equilibrium, but expand it so that it's not just general to the economy, but general to the economy and the Earth, reflecting that the economy is embedded in the environment. Or in other words, to put it in simple terms, we need a more general equilibrium. And that's what we have attempted to do in the last few years. We've put together a model called GTAP Invest, and it's connected the most used global macroeconomic model, global trade analysis project model, GTAP, to that of Invest, which our prior two presentations have talked about extensively. And so our idea here is to take this circle diagram of the Earth and the economy and actually do it. Write the models that can calculate the relevant indicators on both sides and link them in both directions. And so that's what we've done so far with 6 different ecosystem services, and all of these are going to be calculated at the global scale. So that's actually kind of one of the distinguishing elements of this work compared to some of the other great work that's going on at the national scale that O'Neill was able to share, is that we've really focused our analysis on what can we do that is applicable in any country and can be calculated globally all at once. And we've been able to do this for the following ecosystem services, thinking about how vegetation is able to retain soil on the landscape, and this benefits humans and economies through both reduced sedimentation into reservoirs and thereby reduced dredging costs and increased hydropower, but also, in fact, more importantly, is increased yields on landscapes, agricultural landscapes that don't have degraded soils. Another important one that we model is pollination of crops. We think about how do natural areas provide habitat for wild pollinators, and what is the proximity? I mean, literally, is it within the flight range of these pollinators to pollinate economically valued crops? We think about coastal protection. How do things like mangroves protect onshore assets, and think about that in terms of reducing damages to the economy when there is a storm. Then we think about some regular ones, like regular in the sense that they pass through markets and so have easy values, but timber production and other provisioning ecosystem services. But we consider also climate regulation and carbon storage, and impacts from changes on marine fisheries. So this is a research agenda, and there are more to include, but sort of a lot of the current work is thinking about how can we calculate more of these at the global scale and be able to link them both in terms of the land use impact of the economy on the environment, but also the environment's impact on the economy. And that's where Invest comes in, but it's already been nicely documented. So I'll skip here. The other big model, though, that we do employ in this interconnection is that from the Global Trade Analysis Project model. And this is a model that is linked to what is also the most used database of production, intermediate use, consumption, and bilateral trade information. It's currently between 141 countries and regions, and it describes the basic economic components of a CGE, but coupled to this extremely well-built and curated data set. We actually use one of the variants of the GTAP model called GTAP AEZ for agroecological zone. And this allows us to add more biophysical elements straight into the CGE, including things like heterogeneous land endowments, land supply to different land using activities like forest land versus ag land versus pasture land, but then also to think about what affects agricultural yields in these areas. Okay, so those are the two models that link GTAP and INVEST, but I actually want to use this slide that I jotted in after I saw Steve present it, is to say, that we know from a lot of work that's come out of the Natural Capital Project and many other places that optimization of land use land cover, LULC maps can show potential win-win changes, those movements to the frontier that Steve talked about. But on its own, optimality does not say exactly how do we move from that interior point I out to something on the efficiency frontier. And that's where Steve's research and my research really connect nicely, is that the work we've been doing with GTAP Invest thinks about what are the specific policies, policy A or policy B are represented here as movements towards the landscape. But we can think of these as what are the specific laws we could change, policies we could change, corporate sustainability programs we could actually write. But that's really the focus of where GTAP Invest comes in, because the linkage of these two models gives us possible levers to pull, policies to change, that we can see, does it move us towards that efficient point. So far we've had a number of publications come out on this. And as I mentioned before, the first one was with the World Wildlife Fund. It was the Global Futures Project. This was the first linking of GTAP and INVEST. We did some work commissioned by the Dasgupta Review, which I'll dig into in a moment. But most recently, we put out the Economic Case for Nature with the World Bank. And this is the most recent thing that we published on the topic, identifying how policies, specific policies that are interesting to the World Bank, play out and achieve or don't achieve these win-wins that we're seeking to get. So some context before I go on is that this is a relatively new line of research simply because the ability to calculate ecosystem services at the global scale is relatively new. It's a huge computational lift, and we documented how we did it in a Science 2019 paper led by Rebecca Chaplin-Kramer. But this is sort of the enabling condition then. As this work was even moving towards publication, we already started thinking about, well, hey, wait a minute. We can calculate this at the global scale, we might also be able to link it to global econ models. And that's what we've done here. I just want to have a few method slides just to illustrate what this looks like, is that we think about the linkage, completing that circle of Earth and economy by running a series of models in step. And this is actually really similar to what O'Neill presented, so it builds on that. The first step is to run our economic projections. This might be pretty similar to what a lot, at a central bank do on an ordinary day. Is think about what does a CGE say is going to be a likely outcome projecting into the relatively near future. So we run that once just to get an updated state of what the economy might look like in some future year, like 2030. But we run this very heavily modified GTAP AEZ model, which explicitly gets things that we need for the rest of our modeling, like what is the endogenously determined land use change? What amount of new land is being brought into agriculture, pasture, managed forestry, et cetera. So this provides information at a very coarse scale, at the GTAP region scale. And so the key linkage is that we have to downscale this information from the GTAP and AEZ regions, approximately 341 of them, down to about 8.4 billion grid cells at the 300-meter resolution. And so we've done a lot of work on how can we calculate this feasibly and do the land use change predictions in an accurate way. But the reason for doing this is it generates a land use land cover map that is then the key input into INVEST. And we run that through our 6 ecosystem services that I discussed before. The last step, though, and this is maybe where most of the new work has been done, is how do we essentially take the changes in ecosystem services that we know at the biophysical scale and express those as changes in the macroeconomic CGE input parameters. And so once we do that, and I'll say how we do that in a second, we then run GTAP again with these shocks derived from reduced ecosystem service quality to see what are the additional impacts on the economy from changes in the quality of ecosystem services. So I want to talk through one specific example of how we do this, that last part in the linkage. How do we go from a change in ecosystem services at the biophysical level to at the inputs to the economy model? And I'll use pollination as an example. First, if you recall from my last slide, the sort of inputs into this last and final step is that we've generated a land use land cover map that is going to reflect what the GTAP model says is likely going to be the expansion of land, considering profit maximizing behavior of land users, essentially. And that generates a land use land cover map, something like this. This, as we said before, is then the input into INVEST. And I just want to showcase what the outputs of INVEST actually look like. Is that we, in our pollination model, you can see more details in allegedly great documentation, which is great to hear. But the key thing it identifies is where is their proximity within the flight range of pollinators between their habitat and then agricultural land that is actually dependent on that pollination. And so that's what's expressed here in the second map. Is anything that's a shade of green-brown is areas where there is sufficient pollination services so that each of the crops are growing without any challenges. But then in some areas, like for instance up here, we see pollination sufficiency falls below the critical threshold where the evidence from the peer-reviewed literature shows that we're going to start to have yield impacts. Sort of intuitively, if you look up here at the land use land cover map, you can see what's going on is there's a lot of cropland and not a lot of natural land around to support those that pollination habitat that we need. So we further then process this to say, given this change in pollination, what is going to be the dollar enumerated value of difference in agricultural production compared to a baseline? And so some areas will go up, some areas will go down. And this basically pivots on, was the land use land cover map change that was initiated good or bad overall for pollination services? What this does, though, is this is the last step in our biophysical high resolution calculations. We then aggregate this up to each of those GTAP agroecological zones as a shock that goes into our CGE. And this identifies what is pollination's specific contribution to changes in all of the economic indicators, such as GDP, of course, but also things like labor usages and trade patterns. One of the other really cool methods I think that we did have to wrangle to get this right is that because land is the key linkage in many, many cases between the economy and the environment, we had to be very careful about how exactly land use change is triggered by economic activity. And so for this, we created a calibrated land supply curve that expresses, in this case, it's basically just a supply function into the CGE of how does conversion, in this case of natural land, into different economic activities result in an increased land rental rate. So this is basic economics, but where it was kind of fun is that we were able to calibrate this according to that same 300-meter high-resolution data about what is the actual suitability for agricultural production and what is the expected yield within each of these different agroecological zones. Okay, so that's the setup, and there's a lot more policy there that you can see in the reports that we make. But I want to talk about what might be more interesting to this group. I think is what are the policies that we then can assess given this new modeling approach. And here's where in our latest engagement with the World Bank, we really dug into policies themselves. And this is too much to read, but just to give you a flavor, is we convened in-depth discussions with them to identify what policies are relevant to their day-to-day decision-making that they have at the bank, that also could potentially improve outcomes for the economy and for nature. And we came down with 4 basic building blocks, which were repurposing agricultural subsidies to potentially better uses, but also to avoid over-subsidizing agricultural expansion, which may be suboptimal in some cases. We thought about investing in agricultural research and development to increase yields, so less agricultural expansion would be needed. And then we thought about 2 different types of payments for ecosystem services scheme. One that is aligned globally, such that countries actually make transfer payments from the countries that are rich but don't have to do much about removing land from economic use, and make those payments to the countries that are really in field burden. And as O'Neill very correctly pointed out, this is one of the advantages of a CGE, is that nothing comes for free. Is if you want to have a PES program, the money has to come from somewhere. And our model actually says, okay, where does that money come from, and what is the impact on the economies who are giving up that money? So this is an important thing, I think, for policy and for negotiations around these. But then we also considered a more standard PES program that is a local forest carbon payment scheme. And this is where a country implements a PES program, funding it with their own tax revenue. And so these 4 building blocks, we then did what's kind of expected, is let's combine those into different combinations. And we dubbed these nature smart policies, which we then assessed. For our results then, our key findings were that nature smart policies do indeed get what we want, those win-win movements towards the efficiency frontier that we always seek. And this is expressed in a number of different ways on this graph. Here we have avoided natural land conversion, but this could be many other different axes of environmental quality. And on the vertical axis, we have change in real GDP relative to the business as usual. So this is how much better do we do with our policy that is seeking to protect ecosystem services. And we see that each of our different policy combinations are able to get win-wins in that they both protect land and have increases in GDP. Not too surprisingly, combinations of them perform even better, but the key one is as soon as we add research and development, it's almost an order of magnitude increase, is that research and development augments these other policies very, very well. So that's the key finding out of the World Bank report. But we've also assessed a few broader questions, like what we were asked for with the Dasgupta review is to answer what are the distributional impacts of these types of ecosystem service damages to the economy. They gave us the much harder question of not just a small change that might be triggered by a policy that the World Bank is looking at, but what if we have straight up straight up large-scale ecosystem collapse? And they wanted to know what would be the impact then with these much larger changes. And so we found, again, and this is something that has become recurrent through all of our research and is a central line of the value of this type of research, I think, is that when you do this globally, you see that low-income countries are hurt the most from degraded natural capital. And so we got a global figure of $2.7 trillion of damage, real GDP per year damage. But this was greatly amplified in low-income countries. And so there it hits up to 10% of their GDP when we have these very, very large reductions in ecosystem service provision. And I just want to note, when showing big numbers like this does not include the direct effects of climate change or anywhere near a full set of ecosystem services. So this is an extremely conservative estimate of losses, but it still does highlight that for the ones that we do understand well enough, we can assess what are the changes when we see non-marginal changes in ecosystem services, but relatively large ones. This work is continuing on, and I just want to give some key results that's coming out of yet unpublished work. So don't cite this, please. But we have continued to refine our model, and some of the key things that we're doing is making it dynamic. Previously, it had been a comparative static model where we compare the equilibrium at a base point like 2014 and then some final point like 2030. But now we're doing it where it iterates over steps and calculates the land use change edge of steps. And with some of these changes, we're seeing some of the same key results, but now with a lot more clarity. And those three key results you can summarize as, again, what I said before, is that failing to protect ecosystem services hurts low-income countries the most. And we can see that over here is that the real GDP difference between implementing a policy and not implementing a policy has the greatest gains for low-income countries. And we really think that's almost a second policy. Is not only do low-income countries depend the most on nature, which is kind of expected, the policies that we can identify that look at improving ecosystem services also thereby benefit those low-income countries the most too. And that's what's being shown here in this figure. Overall, as we learn more about this, we find that investing in nature does provide some win-wins, but it's not everywhere. And I think this is an important finding, is that it's not a silver bullet. We need to do really rigorous policy analysis, cost-benefit analysis that uses this new type of approach to say, where will there be losses? And not all the policies that we've analyzed do this. And some of them result in losses overall or losses to particular groups. Like, for instance, even in these ones, which are some of our best policies, we saw that the global PES programs had negative impacts on real GDP for low middle income countries and high income countries. This may be less of a problem that high income countries have to have these losses. It might well be worth it to them. But the fact that this hits pretty hard on some of the low income countries points out that we need to think a little bit more carefully about these changes. And the final policy that I want to end with is one that I think is increasingly relevant at the global scale, is to think about what if there was some sort of large scale policy or target to achieve a large increase in the amount of protected area globally. And so this has gone under the moniker 30 by 30, is protecting 30% of the earth by 2030. And it's built a lot of political momentum behind it at the global scale. Although there's a lot of political momentum, as an economist, maybe I'm always immediately suspicious of very large changes. What would be the additional knock-on effects when we apply this to a general equilibrium model? And in particular, would protecting this large area of the land potentially pose conflicts or trade-offs with other uses of that land? And so we're getting close to having some results on this, but just to give you an indication of how we might apply our modeling to this type of question is, well, first we need to identify what land would we protect. And we identified that based on a relatively simple conservation score, but you could think about this as just environmental quality. And then we also thought about where would those areas that have the highest environmental quality conflict with areas that we project in our models from integrated assessment models, but also from our general equilibrium model, conflict with agricultural expansion. And so we identify these purple areas as the areas that you should protect to augment the green areas, which are existing protected land, in order to meet the 30 by 30 goals. We cross-reference these data to then say, where is this in conflict? And that then is the orange. But the key thing about our model that I want to highlight is this is not just an exercise in mapping where is there conflict. This is a specific input then that we use. It goes and shifts the land supply curve on that one graph that I had, leftwards in this case, because now wherever there's a reduction in land that would have been used for agricultural production, we're going to model the impact as being now having less of a land available in the economy for agricultural expansion. So by shifting the supply curve, this is going to drive up prices, which will then ripple through the rest of the economy, resulting in less land used in agriculture, but also higher prices that lead to actual lower producer and consumer welfare, which is another metric that we can derive from our models. And that's exactly what we see. We see it in terms of GDP, is that as we protect more land, the change in GDP is negative, and this reflects that taking land out of the economy does have costs. And this is a key thing I think that's actually not very relevant, or not very included in the discussions of 30 by 30. It's often seen as a win-win, but this scale, we show that there are significant costs. But to give a sense of magnitude, we found that globally, this is connecting with the previous results I showed from the economic case for nature, is that globally the costs of achieving 30 by 30 are roughly offset by the benefits we can gain from implementing ecosystem service aware or nature smart policies. And it's evident by the fact that the shift to the right, which is gains from biodiversity and ecosystem services at the global scale, is a little bit more than offset by shifts leftward at the global scale from reduced economic activity from lost agricultural land. And so on the one hand, that's a good message, as these two things are roughly comparable, but then this augments greatly our argument that considering equity is increasingly important. When we go up to look at the impact on low-income countries, we see, just like before, we know they have the largest gain from protecting ecosystem services, but it's no longer roughly offsetting the losses from large-scale protection, is that these reductions from protecting large amounts of land are much greater. And so therefore, 30 by 30 plans, at least as conceived here, have a disproportionate cost incurred on low-income countries. And this is a very, very important thing that I think needs to be considered. So with that, I would like to call it there, and I believe now we'll be going to questions. So thank you so much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you very much, Justin, for your presentation. We are running out of time, but I think we have time for a couple of questions. I have here some from the audience. First one is for Steve. To Steve, the question is the following. Could you tell us a little more about the prices that are used in the InVEST to value ecosystem services? How can we estimate those prices?
Yeah, great question, and I skimmed over that in my talk. So some prices are obvious. I mean, the value of crops. We see when you can use market prices. Use market prices as long as they're not too distorted. So, like in the work in China, we actually had water prices that we could use as well as for crops. For many other things, however, you do have to use methods of non-market valuation, of which in environmental economics there have been, has been a large effort to come up with various approaches. So everything from using travel cost and recreation studies to using changes in property values for example, to capture environmental amenities. So there's a wide range of tools that are available, and I'd be happy to talk specifics, but I don't want to because we're running out of time, but I'm happy to follow up with anybody who's interested.
Thank you very much, Steve. This question is for the whole panel. I don't know who wants to pick it. The question is the following. It seems the linked macroeconomic ecosystem modeling discussed in this session is basically the cutting edge in terms of understanding interactions of socioeconomic pathways and nature conditions. The question is the following. Have you thought of applying this analysis to understand the implication of different shared socioeconomic pathways towards centuries end, such as the ones that inform the IPCC? I think this could be an enormous value, as my hunch is that many of those high growth SSP simply do not add up once the implication of these pathways on nature are considered.
I think that might be relevant to some of the work I've done. We do use the shared socioeconomic pathways as inputs to our model, but I think your question is a good one that says, well, can we go farther? Can we go farther out in time and see whether or not all those results are consistent when we take into account environmental loss? That's a great area for future research. I think that is the direction we're going. One of the challenges is that although these are scenarios under the SSPs of what the world looks like in 2100, there's a huge amount of uncertainty, and that these scenarios vary wildly among each of the different scenarios. And so applying that level of variability to computable general equilibrium models is challenging. The farther out you go in time with the CGE, the more likely that the the calibration of the model itself no longer holds as accurate. But I do think that that's definitely a direction to go. And so we have some other work going on that says, let's just plot out what are the ecosystem service changes for each of those different SSPs using this downscale data. And so I'd say keep your eye on that for the next few years. I think more results will be coming out on that shortly.
Thank you very much, Justin. It is 10:30. This is the deadline for this session. So thank you very much, everybody, for your participation. And if I'm not wrong, Gonzalo, now we have a 10-minute break. And I don't know if you want to say anything else.
Yeah, that's right. First of all, thank you, Alberto, for moderating this session. And thank you to all the participants for your amazing contributions today. Now we are moving to the next session, but before that, we are going to have a brief break of 10 minutes. The next session, the fifth session of our conference, is named Biodiversity as a Financial Risk, and it is going to start at 10:40 a.m. So come back in 10 minutes, and don't forget that you can follow the conference through the Central Bank of Chile YouTube channel and Facebook Live. So thank you, and see you in 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Bye.
agenda item is our fifth session. Please remember that you can share your questions in the Q&A section located on the left side of the menu bar. So let me now to pass the floor to Mr. Mauricio Larraín, Deputy Chairman of the Financial Market Commission, who will be the moderator of our fifth panel. Mauricio, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniela. Good morning to all. Welcome to session 5, Biodiversity as a Financial Risk. Financial authorities are starting to be aware of the threats that biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation are imposing on financial stability. The downward trend in the conservation of nature makes it increasingly difficult both for households and businesses to obtain the services they demand from nature. This might increase their financial vulnerability, which in turn might be translated into higher risk for the complete financial system. In the first part of this session, we will discuss about the transmission channels, how we can incorporate nature-related metrics into corporate practices and their implications for regulation. Then, going back to the big picture, at the end of this session, we will discuss about the threats that nature degradation might impose on the future of humankind. We have the pleasure of having 3 fantastic speakers for this session. First, Maud Abdelli. She's the lead at the Greening Financial Regulation Initiative at WWF. Previously, she was the deputy head of Corporate Financial Analysis Department at Banque de France. She's an expert in public affairs and financial regulation, representing the French Central Bank on many occasions. Ms. Abdelli has a master's degree in international business law from Toulouse University, a master's degree in business administration from Toulouse Business School, and a certificate of advanced studies in sustainable finance from Geneva School of Business. Welcome, Maud. Next, we will have Felipe Arango, lead of pilots at the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. Felipe's main experience lies in sustainable development. Before joining the TNFD, he worked with the IFC in support of the government of Colombia with the development of its green finance taxonomy. Prior to that, Felipe co-founded a sustainable development consulting network, BSD Consulting, advising a range of clients on sustainable development solutions design. Felipe holds degrees in business administration and management and political science and government from Boston University. Finally, we have Jeremy Granham, co-founder and chairman of investment management firm GMO. Jeremy has received several recognitions for his leadership in climate change activities, including being elected a member of the American Academy of Arts and Science. Jeremy and his wife established the Granham Foundation for the Protection of the Environment, which seeks to protect and improve the health of the global environment. The foundation's grants focus on climate change and biodiversity conservation with an emphasis on international initiatives. Jeremy earned his undergraduate degree from the University of Sheffield in the UK and an MBA from Harvard Business School. The rules of the game of this session are the following. Each speaker will have 20 minutes to give their talk. When 2 minutes are left, I will give each speaker a polite reminder to wrap up. I will enforce time. At the end of the session, we will have 10 minutes for Q&A from the audience. I encourage the audience to send their questions to the Zoom chat. Ms. Abdelli, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mauricio. I will share my screen if you allow me. Yeah, perfect. So just 1 minute, sorry, it's not a good one. Can you see my screen now? Is it working?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, dear world, I'm very, very pleased to participate to this important conference. And I really want to thank the Central Bank of Chile for initiating this event and just to contribute to the continuation of the discussion on this important subject that is biodiversity loss and how it impacts financial stability. Let me begin this presentation recording some important scientific facts and numbers. So human activity is responsible for the alteration of 75% of the Earth's land surface and the deterioration of 66% of ocean, threatening in turn 25% of known plants and animals. Over the last 50 years, global wildlife population have declined by 60%, and over 1 million species are facing extinction. A report from the World Economic Forum indicates that half of global GDP comes from economic sectors that directly depend on nature and are critical to our efforts to deliver on the target of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. And these dependencies can be material. A study by the Dutch central banks found an average of 36% of the portfolio of Dutch financial institutions are highly or very highly dependent on one or more ecosystem services. And it is increasing in the case of French banking sectors that is exposed to 42% to biodiversity loss, according to a study from the French central banks. These facts are not negative, but rather show how important nature is for our society and economy and could be an important driver for sustainable growth. So it is true that assessing financial risk arising from this loss of biodiversity is not as simple or as straightforward as for climate and could appear as a complex undertaking. The first step is to identify the transmission channels between biodiversity loss and the traditional categories of financial risk to which financial institutions are exposed. Biodiversity loss and climate change will have serious economic impacts on every actor of the financial system. They also threaten to aggregate to cause systemic risk to the overall global financial system. So this graph shows that at micro level, biodiversity risk threaten to impact the economic performance of companies throughout the whole value chain and may cause financial losses through stranded assets, new capital expenditures required due to the transition, and change in cost and revenue, for example. At macro level, biodiversity risk have economic consequences, which will also impact economic agents and notably the companies, through capital depreciation, price shift, productivity changes, labor market friction, or socioeconomic change, for example. These economic impacts result in financial consequences for companies, households, and governments, which feed in turn traditional risk faced by financial institutions, such as credit risk, market risk, liquidity risk, or reputational risk, for example. And this is exactly what are nature-related financial risks. In addition to this, there is a negative feedback loop between biodiversity, nature, and climate change, which risk exacerbating the loss faced from each of them. Biodiversity loss is a key driver of climate change and vice versa. So they are two sides of the same coin and should therefore be analyzed together, as their interaction can create compound risk and systemic threat for our economy. So it is true that at this stage, the lack of harmonized and reliable data and the lack of consensus on biodiversity metrics makes the quantification of the nature-related financial risk a challenging task. But it should not be considered as a reason not to start to act. Indeed, the understanding of those transmission channels will allow for the use of more qualitative approaches, which can offer useful risk management tools. And those qualitative approaches could serve to implement the integrated approach and complementary policy we need to see, the one that combines risk and impact, the one that considers both climate and nature at the same time. So while biodiversity loss poses several risks in its own right, this risk and their impact are closely related to climate change, presenting synergies and opportunities for a mutually reinforcing response. So now let me give you a concrete example of those nature-related risks with the case of deforestation. Deforestation is one key aspect to consider when you want to tackle climate change and nature loss. It is also a big driver of financial risk, and finance is a big cause of deforestation. Physical risk from deforestation arise from the impact of deforestation and ecosystem conversion, leading to material destruction and resulting in direct economic and financial losses for businesses, and in turn, for the financial institutions that support, invest, or insure those businesses. This physical risk can be acute, this means event-driven, or chronic, this means cumulative over time. With this chronic impact, depleting the resilience of an entire system and leading to a permanent loss of productivity. A research by CDP found that up to more than $900 billion of turnover in publicly listed companies is dependent on commodity linked to deforestation. One real-life example we have is the impact of the 2004 South Asian tsunami. The reduction of 28% in mangrove forest in Southeast Asia between the 80s and 2002 contributed to the loss of natural protection against natural disaster. We know that the effect of this tsunami were disproportionately higher in those areas where mangroves have been removed. This is an example that shows that nature is protecting us, our lives, but also our economies. Deforestation transition risk arises from policy measures, litigation, changing consumer preference, and technological development that occur to combat the rate of deforestation. The UN Principle for Responsible Investment states that an inevitable policy response consisting of decisive and abrupt changes in policy will occur as the adverse effect of nature loss and climate change become increasingly apparent. Businesses and industries not prepared will be exposed to material regulatory risk with important consequences for clients and investees' financial performance and valuation. With development in regulation and increased attention on the impact of deforestation and conversion, transition risks are increasingly becoming realized through litigation. One concrete example of material transition risk could be the one on the issuance of detention order by the US Customs and Border Protection against two Malaysian palm-oil companies for human rights violation. As a result of this administrative action, the two companies faced a range of financial, access to business, and reputational impact. For example, major palm oil buyers have reduced or decreased their exposures to those companies. But more importantly, deforestation leads also to systemic risk, leading to the breakdown of an entire system. It is characterized by the combined effect of modest tipping point, leading to a large failure with cascading interaction of physical and transition risk. This can have significant consequences for the entire sector and regions that depend on the value this ecosystem provides. This systemic risk can be highly disruptive. One concrete example is the Amazon forest tipping point. Over the past century, average temperature in Amazon rainforest have risen by 1 to 1.5 degrees, increasing the frequency of droughts, and large parts have been cut down and burned with a shrinking of the forest of 15% compared to the 70s. If deforestation or droughts clear too many trees, a negative feedback loop will begin with less vegetation leading to reduction in rainfall and so on. And this will not only result in stranded assets across the sector depending on the Amazon, but also cause billions of tons of carbon dioxide to be released as trees are lost, increasing the global systemic impact of climate change. This is why the action of central banks is so important, because of the systemic aspect nature-related risk can have. So giving both idiosyncratic and systemic risk nature loss can create, it falls directly within the mandate of central banks and financial supervisors to address those risks. Central banks, financial supervisors are mandated to safeguard the stability of the financial system and of price level. If they are embedded in a wider regulatory framework defined by sovereign states, they still have numerous tools and instruments at their disposal, including financial regulation, financial supervision, and monetary policy, for example, which they can use independently based on the responsibility provided by their mandates. Regarding central banking and monetary policy, for example, central banks are becoming increasingly important investors in their own right. The size of central banks' balance sheet globally has doubled since 2010 to reach over 30 trillion in 2020. Central banks' balance sheets now collectively account for roughly a third of global assets under management. So when a central bank purchases assets without perceiving biodiversity impact as a material risk, it increases demand for assets with high biodiversity impact, improving their liquidity. In turn, this lowers the risk associated with holding them and the cost of capital for the issuers. Regarding financial regulation and supervision, with biodiversity, the risk is just as significant as in climate, and the need for incentive in the financial system just as great, but the pace of irreversible damage is more rapid. This is why financial supervisors need to set clear expectations and take concrete measures to safeguard the system against systemic impact of biodiversity loss. Fortunately, central banks and financial supervisors have acknowledged since 2019 that the threat climate change poses to financial stability and overall price level, and therefore their need to address it within their mandate. Protecting biodiversity is also key to tackle climate change and also falls within their mandate, as it was recently recognized by the Network for Greening the Financial System. An increasing number of central banks, supervisors, and other financial policy agencies are beginning to consider biodiversity loss in their operational framework within their different mandates and remits. And based on the growing evidence of the materiality of biodiversity-related financial risk, central banks and supervisors are already taking first steps to address biodiversity loss-related risk and the potential financial stability implications. Some are initiating research, others are exploring how to reduce the impact of their own portfolio on biodiversity, for example. The important NGFS inspire occasional papers, central banking and supervision in the biosphere that Nick Robbins will present later, is proposing 7 options for action, ranging from initiating research and capacity building to concrete use of central banks and financial supervisor toolbox to mitigate the financial risk derived from nature loss. This report is really welcome, and I hope it will encourage and accelerate the action taken by central banks on nature front. Last year, through our Sustainable Financial Regulation and Central Bank Activity Tracker, we assessed 38 countries worldwide, and we found that regulation and supervisory expectations are now starting to be rolled out globally, with 35% of the asset jurisdiction mandating banks to develop or to strengthen their climate, environmental, and broader social risk management practices. Regarding disclosure, there are still limited but increasing expectations to disclose exposure to environmental and social risk and impacts. Regarding the use of financial supervisor toolbox, we didn't find evidence that financial supervisors were taking specific regulatory action to ensure compliance with enacted rules and expectations. And specific micro and macroprudential tools are still not being fully used to tackle the nature and climate crisis. On monetary policy side, we found that environmental and social considerations were not yet fully integrated in key monetary policy measures, such as asset purchases, collateral framework, or refinancing program. Only 22% of the relevant central banks having some of these measures in place. But an increasing number of central banks started to incorporate environmental and social consideration in foreign exchange service reserves and overall portfolio management, including to start quantifying exposure to nature-related risk. Overall, we found that good progress were made in the development of strategy and internal governance of central banks regarding climate risk, but it is still very focused on climate aspect and not on really on nature-related aspect. Finally, the development and publication of taxonomies is still very focused on climate and green activity, but we also saw an increased interest to look more at transition and to look more at what could be unsustainable activities. So some central banks and financial supervisors have already begun to act. We found some very interesting action that could be replicated and adapted in other countries based on the context, capacity, and available resources of each jurisdiction. On microprudential supervision, for example, some central banks are integrating the entire range of environmental and social consideration in supervisory expectation. Some others are starting to conduct internal training on environmental issues. Several central banks are assessing how their financial sector is exposed to biodiversity loss. And others are also publishing concrete roadmap with measures to address environmental risk and opportunities. On central banking, some central banks start to integrate or think how to integrate environmental consideration into their collateral framework and asset purchases. Another positive development is the management of central bank portfolio to reduce exposure and impacts to biodiversity loss. And regarding the development of taxonomy, some financial regulators, supervisors are already integrating biodiversity consideration in their framework, and others are about to do the same things. So clearly, environmental degradation can have enormous implications for financial and price stability. And inaction in the face of this evidence is in itself a policy decision. At the same time, environmental conservation is also a huge source of financial and sustainable growth opportunities. And it is our duty to do what is necessary to ensure this transition. The challenges and costs to implement greener regulation is clearly overcome by the opportunity and gains it offers. But for that, central banks and financial supervisors should be really proactive and actively participate and push for the change we need to see in financial markets. They should implement a precautionary approach and find innovative ways to use their tools to mitigate the environmental related risk. They should also participate to the establishment of a common language on those aspects and push for consistency and harmonization in practices internationally. They should coordinate, cooperate with governments to develop necessary regulation to reduce the risk of a climate and nature-related financial crisis, and, for example, contribute to the discussion of the upcoming Convention on Biological Diversity to raise awareness about their role and to provide knowledge and expertise to the discussion.
Hello, Maud. Yeah. You have 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. A simple but strong step could help to save time and achieve systemic change in financial markets. So time is running for this presentation, but also time is running to protect nature and to fight climate change. And we are already late in a way. The need for central bank concrete action is urgent. Central banks and financial supervisors need to act urgently and innovate to tackle this new threat to the economy and financial stability, to ensure the robustness and the sustainability of our financial system. They already have the power and mandate to do so, and they have the unique ability to foster convergence in financial markets globally. They therefore need to proactively and urgently act to shift the financial and economic system toward protecting nature and cutting emissions. Every day, every week, every month without action are participating to the reinforcement of risk that will derive from nature loss and is impairing the transition. Moreover, as financial negative impact on nature will translate into risk, the time horizon for management of environmental related risk should be also extended to not only take into account financial risk to the banks themselves, but also the adverse impact they may cause on nature and environments. To conclude, central banks and financial supervisors are at the heart of the financial system functioning and have this unique capacity to accelerate the financing of the transition and the mitigation of climate and nature-related risk. It is a role and the responsibility of the central bank to take so-called unconventional measures when faced with a new and sudden risk or a major crisis that requires an innovative approach. For that, they should treat climate change and nature loss as a crisis and innovate and use all their conventional or unconventional tools to mitigate these twin crises. In the absence of perfect data framework to do so, they have the capacity to innovate and they have the capacity to lead by example. Obviously, they are not the only relevant actor. They should coordinate with policymakers. They are not alone to do so and are already collaborating with a lot of scientists and NGOs. Capacity building will also be a key factor for success to bring awareness on nature conservation and how the financial system can contribute to it. The precautionary approach by central banks should also be implemented, focusing on the sector, the actors that are detrimental for climate and nature and are not transitioning. And those are only non-exhaustive examples of the possibility central banks and financial supervisors have to start acting and protecting nature as a public good and as an essential condition of financial stability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maud, for a very interesting and inspiring talk. I remember the audience members, please to make questions on the menu bar of Zoom, so we can have a nice Q&A discussion at the end of the session. So now we next move to Felipe Arango. Felipe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mauricio, and thank you very much for the introduction. It's great to share the panel with Maud and Jeremy. I'm going to try to share my screen and see if that's possible. Can you see the screen there?
Yes, but please maximize screen. Thank you. Yep.
Great. So I think it's a really good segue from Maud's presentation to start perhaps by quoting Professor Partha Dasgupta from the Dasgupta Review, in the sense that many of these risks that have been discussed in terms of nature-related risks are very much silent, they're invisible, and they are mobile. And one of the biggest challenges that we have is for the corporate sector and the financial sector to visibilize those risks, to make them more apparent in the way in which business decisions and financing decisions are being made. And that is precisely the calling for the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. And it is to provide a disclosure and a risk management framework that can allow this to happen. On the screen, you also see some of the surveys that were made by the World Economic Forum in terms of how these risks are really stemming to the top of the agenda, or floating to the top of the agenda, where I remember 5 years ago when we used to look at this analysis, there were social and economic risks topping the 10 most important ones. But you see this, they're the ones in green, are very much related to biodiversity and to nature. Also to that feedback between climate and nature, but that the risk also happens not only for forestry or agriculture or fishery sectors or the economy, where they have a direct input from nature, but that it happens for a series of sectors across the economy. So I want to take this opportunity to present what the TNFD framework is, what the TNFD is, and what the TNFD framework has done so far, and how that tool can be useful precisely to visibilize those risks and integrate it into business and financial decisions. And the first thing I want to highlight is that the mission of TNFD is precisely to support the shift of global financial flows away from nature negative outcomes and towards nature positive outcomes. And that in many respects, and building in the call that Maud was making around consistency and harmonization, there needs to be a disclosure, a globally approved disclosure framework, but also a risk management approach. And in this regard, the TNFD is market-led. We are led by 34 task force members that represent some of the leading global financial institutions, from pension funds to financial banks to insurance companies. So a very diverse and relevant group of financial institutions, but also the corporate sector across a diverse range of sectors, and leading service providers, both data providers to the market, but also professional service providers that have come up with the first prototype that was launched March this year. An important point to highlight there, and we're also science-based in the sense that the TNFD framework has been developed in partnership with knowledge partners that include IUCN, the WCMC, the Science-Based Targets Network, the Natural Capital Protocol, but also many of the other disclosure standards that are already being used in the market, standards like CDP or GRI, or SASB, which will now be part of ISSB. They have all been part of our knowledge partners and our approach to develop this framework from a science-based approach. One final consideration in terms of the process of the framework, and this is important, our objective is to put the TNFD objective is to launch the final version of the recommendations in September 2023, but we have set up an open innovation approach where the first prototype was launched in March. There's going to be an upcoming release in June. And the idea is through feedback from market adopters and from pilot testers to integrate learnings into the further iterations of the framework. What does that framework have? It has three main components. The first one is a fundamental section and our organizing construct. I will go a little bit more into detail into it so that we have a shared understanding of the language and a shared understanding of how to approach nature, especially for corporations or financial institutions for which this issue is a very new one. As well as a draft set of disclosure recommendations. This is very similar to what TCFD did for GHG emissions and for climate change. You're going to see the parallels that exist, but a draft version of the disclosure recommendations. And we also produced a supporting process called the LEAP process for nature-related risk and opportunity assessment that is in many respects a how-to guide before you get to the disclosure that is required by your providers or financial capital, and before financial institutions disclose to supervisors or central banks themselves, a how-to guide that has been called the LEAP approach. We also published a landscape analysis in terms of data availability, data on state of nature and pressures of nature that plays a key role, of course, in this endeavor. What are in terms of the organizing construct? Let me just double check here for time. In terms of the organizing construct, this is a very high level approach to it, and it is that organizations enter through these three main realms. Understanding, of course, that the ecosystem services that natural capital provides provide benefits for society and for people, and that both businesses and financial institutions are encompassed under society, but that they can very easily position themselves into three or four major realms of land, ocean, fresh water, and atmosphere. Atmosphere, of course, as Maud mentioned, and many others have throughout the conference, the feedback loops that exist between climate and nature, but definitely what is going on in terms of GHG emissions to the atmosphere is in scope. And the understanding that the pressures and the state of these environmental assets and the ecosystem services that they provide, that the corporate sector and that enterprises can have both dependencies and impacts, and that the dependencies on nature and the direct impacts on nature, both, that's important to highlight that, we're approaching both impacts and dependencies, can result in risks and opportunities. And those risks and opportunities will materialize in the ability of enterprises to generate value in the long term for their providers of financial capital. So definitely relevant, as was mentioned, of course, at the systemic level and at the systemic risks, but in the particular decisions of an enterprise to analyze its risks and opportunities, or a provider of financial capital to take nature into account when making financing decisions. These dependencies and impacts have a direct relationship, and a very important one that has to be visibilized when telling the story about enterprise value creation. Beyond the four realms, we have used categorizations available already in the system of environmental economic accounting and the IUCN global ecosystem typology to further break these four realms into biomes as business locate their impact and their interfaces and dependencies with nature. We call this a bit of the periodic element table of TNFD, but to provide an organizing construct that helps you move from realms to biomes and towards ecosystem services that are provided by environmental assets. And these ecosystem services, not only the direct provisioning services, of course, but also the regulating and maintenance of services that underpin our entire economy, as well as cultural services. I'm not going to go into too much detail into this, as Maud has mentioned it previously, but the key point here is that both these dependencies and impacts, as well as the changes in the state of nature and the pressures of nature, will result in physical risks for organizations, will result in transition risks as policy and consumer preferences and reputation and technology requirements advance, that there is, of course, the ever-present systemic risk looming over the horizon, and that financial institutions that are universal owners, or pension funds, or index funds that are distributed across the world, whose investments happen across the world and across sectors, for which the systemic risk, of course, is something that can be acted upon, but that they can also result in opportunities for those business models or for those enterprises that start moving towards circularity, that start moving towards regenerative practices, for business models that start moving towards resource efficiency in supporting the decoupling of growth and impacts on nature, and that this is precisely the story that financial analysts and the providers of financial capital require to translate this into market, credit, liquidity, or operational risks. But that it has to start with transparency, and that it has to start with in-depth exercise of the enterprises in understanding those impact and dependencies and communicating it in a way that can be taken into account into capital, financial capital allocations. Right now we have published generic guidance. It's very likely that we will later move into specific thematic or sector-based guidance. There's still a lot more to come in the next 18 months as we go deeper in our iterations. Some highlights of the disclosure recommendations. The first one is, as I mentioned again, that it takes into account both dependencies and nature impacts. There's a very strong focus in location. The climate-related disclosures didn't care that much where the GHGs were being emitted. A ton of GHGs in Bogota, Colombia, or in Paris affect the atmosphere in the same manner. Of course, there are some location-based considerations to be taken in terms of climate change adaptation, but location is central to nature. Location is central to water basins. Location is central to land use changes. Location is central across the interfaces in many of the realms. So that has been a very important focus in terms of transparency of where the organization is operating, how it interfaces with nature, trying to eliminate supply chain blind spots, for example, but also putting the burden on proof on the enterprises of doing that analysis and telling society, and especially providers of financial capital, where their interfaces with nature could be touching high conservation value ecosystems, or ecosystems that are have low integrity or are at risks, or how they are operating in water-stressed areas. Disclosures also in the sense of the capabilities that the organization has at the governance level to understand precisely its interface with nature, the capabilities that are developed across the organization to transform and evolve business models towards nature positive outcomes, and the ability also to do this in a gradual manner from here initially into a 5-year period where the materiality determination process will identify all the key risks and opportunity, but that that organizations could take a scoped approach towards their disclosure. Of course, being very transparent in what the scope is. I'm going to start with this business unit and then move towards all of them, or I'm going to start with this value chain and then move towards other value chains, or I'm going to start with this part of my portfolio of investments and later move to another part of the portfolio. So these are embedded into the onto the disclosure recommendations. And in the interest of time, perhaps just to clarify one aspect here in terms of our approach to materiality determination. The TNFD is very much aligned with the work of the IFRS and the ISSB, who are building an emergent shared baseline for integrating sustainability information and financial information. And that the conception of enterprise value understands value at a higher level, and it is that the ability of an enterprise to generate value in the long term, it's intrinsically linked to their relationships with stakeholders, to their relationships with society, and to the relationship with the natural environment. But a very important alignment point with ISSB. This is another important alignment, and it is with TCFD. For those of you that have already done stress tests or integrated climate-related risks, or are producing disclosures related to climate, these are the same 4 pillars as TCFD has laid out over the last 5 or 6 years. And it starts by the organization disclosing how they have integrated nature into their governance practice, into the way in which they make decisions, but also into the structure for decision making, how they have integrated nature-related risks and opportunity into their strategy, into the conception of their business model, into their transition plans. Perhaps for climate, there was one transition plan. For nature, because it's more diverse, there could be a transition plan towards introduced species, a transition plan towards water, a transition plan toward land use, a transition plan across the different impact drivers of nature loss, but also across the different dependencies on how a fashion or textile business model, for example, becomes less dependent on virgin inputs and moves towards circularity, or starts choosing preferred materials in the way in which they design their products, very much based on the impacts of nature upstream in their supply chain. Disclosures of risk management as to what is the overall risk management approach that the organization has put forward. And in the next release in June, we're going to increase our guidance relating the types of metrics and targets that organizations should set. And these targets, of course, and these metrics happen across the value chain, upstream and downstream. We're not going to be using scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 the same as climate, but the task force has proposed an approach where you identify whether you're talking to direct impacts, upstream impacts, or downstream impacts. And there's a lot more work to come in terms of scenario analysis, and especially integrated climate and nature scenario analysis. I mentioned this previously, but it's I just want to highlight the point again, and it is that the importance of location, and this is an additional disclosure that didn't happen in TCFD, but it's present in TNFD, and it is the analysis of the corporations and of the portfolios of investment as to where are those touch points with the ecosystems that can be considered of low integrity or ecosystems of high value or importance, or even around water stress areas. There is already data sources for water, like WWF water risk or aqueduct water risk analysis, but also for biodiversity databases and indexes like the Ecosystem Integration Index, the IUCN Red List of Ecosystems, and many others that can be used by organizations precisely to identify those locations.
And, you have 2 minutes left, please. Thank
perfect.
You.
I think that's great timing. I want to use these last 2 minutes just to present a bit of what the LEAP approach is. So that first part is precisely the framework of disclosure recommendations that can be used by regulators, by providers of financial capital, by supervisors and by corporates to raise the level in terms of the transparency and the information that is coming as it relates to nature. But we also complemented the disclosure recommendations with the LEAP approach, which is a how-to guide that precisely walks organizations through different components, where they start by answering precisely that locate. LEAP starts for locate, evaluate, assess, and prepare, where they start by identifying their interface with nature, the biomes that their supply chain or that their direct operations is affecting or depending on, and their level of health of those ecosystems or the risk of those ecosystems. They move towards a phase where they evaluate dependencies and impacts as they relate to their business model, impact drivers and impact pathways as they relate to land use, to resource exploitation, to invasive species, but also dependencies, both for consumptive dependencies or dependencies that are linked to inputs, but also dependencies on ecosystem services that are more systemic in terms of regulating and preventing disasters, of course. And then this is one of the most complex parts is how to, and there's of course a guide in our website and in the framework.tnfd.global that provides additional guidance as to how to translate those dependencies and impacts into potential risks and opportunities. There is also a materiality determination process here in A4, where the organization assesses those potential risks and opportunities, sometimes through valuation techniques, other times through qualitative proxy techniques, identifies its opportunities, and then prepares both to report and to integrate this into their strategy and into their resource allocation. So those are the 4 phases of the LEAP approach. And one final thing for financial institutions, and we have had we call it LEAPify, and it's a special version of this approach that takes into account the type of financial institution. A pension fund or a commercial bank or an insurance company have different approaches to this, of course, and they have different ways of analyzing the exposure of their portfolios of investment. So it starts by answering what type of institution are you, it moves into what are the products or asset classes that you are using, and finally into the different levels of aggregations and the analysis of sector exposure in the portfolio. I'll end just by thanking again for the opportunity to present and making a call out there in the sense that we are still in open innovation phase and that the TNFD framework will be evolving until June 2023. So yeah, very much welcome the opportunity to pilot and to receive your feedback on the framework as a useful tool to increase transparency and visibility of nature-related risks and opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Felipe. So Maud has given us a very nice introduction of biodiversity as a financial risk. Felipe is giving us the good news that we're making progress in disclosure of these topics. And we are going to end this session with Jeremy's big picture point of view of these topics. So Jeremy, we're very glad to have you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Very happy to be here.
Check if they have the slides.
Have you got the slides? Can you see it?
Let's
We're not seeing anything yet.
We'll share screen here.
How's that?
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Great.
If you could,
I've
yes.
made a career out of attacking a central bank, the Federal Reserve. Paul Volcker was my hero, but ever since then, I don't think they've gotten a single thing right. They've promoted chain-linked investment bubbles, extremely dangerous, which has poisonously increased inequality, in my opinion. The Chilean central bank is a completely different picture, of course, and setting a wonderful example by having a conference on a topic like this. And may the Federal Reserve copy you as soon as possible. I'm a complete generalist. My head is stuffed with data, but it's very thinly distributed. So I'm only capable of talking in top-down generalities. The good news is they're the only things that really matter, in my opinion. And far too much effort goes into details, I believe. The only thing I'm almost an expert in is wishful thinking. 55 years of studying the market and this intermittent willingness to believe ridiculous things and have the market spiral out of control and then crash. 25 years in climate change, where we have a terrible tendency to be too optimistic, to spend too much time patting each other on the back for good work that is done, even as we seem to be losing what we call the race of our lives. And 2 years studying COVID as a data nerd. And let me just give you an example. For the first year of COVID, Massachusetts had been a single country. It would have been the worst country in the world. And I can tell you that nobody in any room I spoke to was even faintly aware of that. We have a free press. The press somehow went along with it. The mayor spoke that he was doing a good job. The governor bragged that he was doing an excellent job, and we would have been the worst country in the world. The Brits were pretty much as bad. And in climate change, we still talk about 1.5 degrees. Everybody knows that that is hopeless and was lost 10 years ago. We're struggling in the next 10 years to have 2 degrees be viable, and the chances drift down day by day. So I'm going to cover 5 things that we underestimate, 5 negatives we underestimate. Sitting in bed this morning, I thought of 2 more, which is the way it always works. One of them is the enormous energy and resource pulse that goes into escalating the greening of the global economy.
Jeremy, so we've been seeing one slide the whole time.
Yes,
is that correct?
The whole time.
Okay, great. Just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Yeah. The energy pulse, resource pulse, the need for cobalt, nickel, lithium, etc., and copper to green economy. There is nothing like the resource availability. No capex has been made, and the energy also. The faster we drive for greening the economy, the more we pulse the need for fossil fuels. the prices will tend to work higher in all of these areas, and we do not talk about it. We try and ignore it. The energy equivalence of wind and solar is 7 or 8 years up front, same with batteries. The second point is interest rates. Since all our investing in the green world is up front and the payoff is then essentially free, we have been a huge beneficiary of low rates. And now, as we transition into a world of more normal rates, we will be the victims, and we will pay a higher rate, and it will make a big difference around the world, and we barely talk about it. The most pressing issue is illustrated here. It's almost inconceivable how dangerous this could be. In the last month, India has had 40, 45, I think it peaked at 50 degrees centigrade. Anything over 31 centigrade with high humidity, and your internal organs start to fade, start to get stressed out. 6 hours at 35 degrees plus intense humidity, and your internal organs fail and you die. It will become impossible to conduct normal farming in the Indian subcontinent if this temperature increase proceeds as predicted in this famous report from the proceedings of the National Academy of Science. The black areas are currently unlivable. The hatched areas are what we risk in 2070. And even if we try harder, we're probably going to be looking at this in 2080, 90, etc. It really means that the 2 billion people in the Indian subcontinent will be so stressed out that they may come close to failure. What saved us this time is that the heat wave occurred when things were really quite dry. And only the coastal areas that are always more humid got fairly dangerously close to trouble. But what a warning that has been. The second point that is underappreciated is the famous old hockey stick here, 800,000 years, interglacials at the top, 100 points higher than the 2 miles over Manhattan at the bottom, and the sudden amazing spurt upwards, a feckless experiment, if ever there was one. I've gone to some considerable effort to try and work out what the peak will be, and I think it will peak, if we try harder, I think within the reasonable range of expectation, we should cap it out at 525 parts per million. And where will that leave us? This is the familiar exhibit, and you look at it and you think, oh dear, things aren't getting much better. But on the right-hand side, it shows you the truth. And that is, for the 20 years to 1980, we went up by 22 points. The next 20 years, we went up by 31. The next 20 years by 42. We doubled in a mere 40 years. We doubled the rate at which we're putting out CO2. We haven't even addressed the first derivative. This is the series that we have to take absolutely flat and then eventually reverse all the way back to about 1940 levels of 300, if we mean to have a healthy, stable system. Granham Foundation spends all its investing money that we do directly in carbon sequestration. It's an enormous uphill struggle. We do it in almost every form it can be done. We have invested directly 42 deals and 20 grants to commercialization. And we're looking to do $1 billion over the next 5 years, for which we will probably need an ally or two. On our own, we might be able to do about half that. It is absolutely guaranteed that this is a major problem. Retracing from 525 to 300 requires the removal of 2.5 trillion tons of CO2 with a T. We talk and pat ourselves on the back if we do millions of tons. As for billions, that's kind of a gleam in the eye that we have as a target in several of the things that we invest in. But trillions is almost an inconceivable thought. And if you work out directly, you'll find it's 1.75 trillion. And the reason it jumps to 2.5 is that the ocean has been taking out 30% of the load. And as we pull out CO2 out of the atmosphere, the ocean sadly will go into reverse and increase the burden of the work that we have to do. Another point I'd like to emphasize is, of course, the feedback loops from another great paper by Rockstrom et al. And it just briefly mentions the most likely tipping points or positive reinforcement. Permafrost, everybody knows about. The temperature goes up, the permafrost puts out carbon dioxide and methane, and more melts, etc. The fresh water running off Greenland is interfering, as we know, with the North Atlantic overturning circulation, with the possibility, based on history, geological history, of upsetting the apple cart in Northern Europe up to the tune of 5 degrees centigrade. 5 degrees centigrade, by the way, is the average temperature difference between an interglacial and an ice age. But the one I want to emphasize here, the one that is underestimated the most, is the possibility in the West Antarctic and to some extent the East Antarctic, where the patterns are only just now being discovered, that the warmer water is coming in very deep, gnawing away at the bottom of the ice columns. And in the last 10 years, the melting rate has gone up to 6 times what it was 30 years ago. And this happily may be due to wind changes as well. So it may not be quite that bad. But if this thing starts to melt seriously in the Western Antarctic, you are looking at meters. There is a distinct possibility based on history that we will not stay in the range of a meter or a meter and a half by 2100, that we could explode out of that range into several meters. And what that would do is gets us into another of the seriously underestimated problems, and that is just the ability to feed the 9 or 10 billion people that we will have in 2100. Because the first thing that happens with ocean level rise is that the great river deltas that grow a quarter of all the world's rice become saltified and, in some cases, underwater. This was a serious article that just upgraded the probabilities for 2050 of the Mekong. And pretty well the entire river delta, a big chunk of Vietnam, very heavily populated, goes out of business. But the other great rice-growing river deltas, the Nile in Thailand and China, and of course in Bangladesh, all are under extreme threat. And what are the other threats we're looking at in farming? This is just a quick look at the damage. This is the dollar damage, but it gives you a rough idea. It is not only rising, but it's accelerating the damage from floods, droughts, and extreme temperature. Extreme temperature has hardly begun to bite farming. It is only just now in the southern ranges of corn that warm summer nights begins to impact it. But as the temperature rises from here, corn and other crops become fairly dramatically affected. Droughts, of course, have always been a killer, and they are mainly caused by evaporation from the higher temperatures rather than less rain. There are parts of the world that are in systematic droughts, but the main increment of drought is from the higher temperatures. And then floods, the most dependable feature of climate change, is an increase in heavy flooding. There is now just over 4% increase in water vapor in the atmosphere from higher temperatures. And what that does is it guarantees not so much more rain as it guarantees, for technical reasons, an increase in heavy flooding. Now, heavy flooding is dangerous for agriculture for a reason you may not realize, and that is erosion. The world is losing about 1% of its high-grade topsoil a year, as is the US. This is a demonstration exhibit. It's been around for quite a few decades now, outside a library in Iowa. And Iowa has some of the greatest soils. When they came online in the 1850s, they came on as a rival to the Ukraine breadbasket. And you need to grow a good crop 3 inches. Below 3 inches, you quickly become uncommercial. Below 2, you can only work if everyone else is in the same condition. 4 is perfect. Anything above 4 is a reserve. And back in 1850, we had 10 inches of reserves in this part of Iowa, typical of the Midwest. And by 2020, we called up the people who'd done the work, and they had provisionally worked out the number for 2020, 4.6 inches. So we've gone from 10 inches of safety margin in some of the most important farming area in the world to 0.6 inches of safety margin. And this is pretty well true in the majority of the world. South America, Brazil, and Argentina are in a much less bad position than the Ukraine, Russia, America, and most of Europe. Other factors that affect farming include the classic problem with science that the people who study climate do not really talk to the people who study soil. When we talked to the writers of this study, they were not aware that climate was posing such a risk. When we spoke to the people who'd written the important climate papers, they were absolutely unaware of erosion and problems with soil. I am not kidding you. There is a gulf between those two branches of farming problems that you would not believe. And they interact. Erosion only occurs, it's a power law of rain. It doesn't occur from heavy rain, even a pretty good storm. What happens is every year or two, there is a magnificent downpour, and it causes gullies sometimes several feet deep in the Midwest. And that is what washes the soil away. Very heavy rain. It is exactly the very heavy rain that is increasing. The problem, of course, is with Africa, in the sense that all of the world's population in purple there is in Africa. The rest of the world is declining. I don't believe the UN's numbers have any hope of materializing the stress caused by climate change in Africa, the quality of their soils, the poor governance will lead to failing states. And the more states that fail, the bigger the pressure on the remainder. Just a word on critical fertilizer. We want to know an unsustainable definition It's that we dig out phosphorus and potassium, we ship it around the world, we scatter it on the fields, and it gets washed away. It is the ultimate definition of finiteness. You cannot replace phosphorus and potassium. It is absolutely necessary for every living thing. Morocco has 70% of the high quality, cheap reserves of phosphorus. Belarus and Russia, as we're finding out in Putin's war, has almost 40% of the world's reserves and production of potash. And in addition, as if that wasn't enough, they're producing 46% of the world's ammonium nitrate or nitrogen. Finally, the cascade effect may well have started. This exhibit is ludicrously complicated, and so we'll go on to this one that just points out that as long ago as 2014, they were pointing out that we were losing 75% of most invertebrates and 30% of butterflies and moths. The German study, of course, came later. A brilliant study, in my opinion, indicates a 75% loss. A completely separate study in Puerto Rico of the tropics indicates that their temperature plays a very big role, and they also reported around 75% loss in the sheer mass of insects. We spent 3 hours with E.O. Wilson, the famous Ant-Man, just before COVID. We bullied him with questions, and we asked him, how could we prove the statement that all insect people make, that you can do very well without humans, but without insects, everything implodes. And you simply cannot prove it. And one of the reasons you can't prove it is there is no money at all going into system-wide study of insects. Even with his reputation, he could not raise money. I believe that the evidence is compatible that we are already in the cascade effect. Let me explain why. In Germany, they carved up their farmland and their forests for World War I and World War II, where they were starving. They were blockaded and they were starving. All of the damage, nearly all of the damage was done then. Since then, if anything, they have tried to protect the countryside. The same with chemicals. They use chemicals, but for 20 years in the EU, they've been very conscious and they have been pulling back. And yet, the loss of insects appears to be continuing at about 2% a year. And the reason, I believe, is that the environment for the insects is simply less suited, or they are less fitted to the changed environment. So every generation or two, they have a bad time and the population drops. I don't believe it is any way a reflection of the year-to-year damage that they are now doing incrementally. It is the
Jeremy, I believe we're not hearing you. Maybe something happened to your audio. Or is it me?
No, we
cannot hear.
We lost your audio, Jeremy.
Help, I've lost my upload.
No,
we can hear you now.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, that was funny. Just a final exhibit here on the topic of toxicity. Part of the problem in Germany and most of the world is the general toxic level of farming chemicals in the system and particulate matter and so on in the air, which, by the way, has dreadful effects on bird life and so on. What we have done, apparently, is we have created a world that is simply hostile to life in all its forms. And if I'm right about the cascade effect having started, we have to stop this and backtrack, as the EU, I think, begins to realize, or we are in shocking trouble. But this is a look at the sperm count. of us humans. We have very good data between 1970 and 2010, an increase of 1.9% a year. Backtracking up to the end of the war, we are assuming a moderately less pernicious rate than that. And going forward to 2020, we are assuming a continuous rate of change. And then the experts are predicting the future patterns out to 2050. Let me put it this way. Until 10 years ago in America, there was no need to really help young couples be fertile. Today, it's about 15% of young couples need help. It is rising at a dreadful rate. And if this chart is halfway correct, and it's very good data, we are facing a dramatic increase in the inability to have children. And obviously, this cuts across many of the other considerations that I've been talking about. But just file it away as enormously underrated problem that one day will bite us. What I worry about is that the lack of young cohorts of 20-year-olds that we are guaranteed to have already for the next 20 years, guaranteed, will make us feel too poor and too stressed economically to do what we absolutely have to do on climate change, the environment, and toxicity, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy, for your very interesting, very inspiring talk. So we have a couple of questions that I've been recollecting from the audience. Let me start with you, Jeremy. So the question is the following. First, you showed several different tipping points. Do you think that there are complementarities among them? That is, if we fail by passing one, does the likelihood of crossing the others increase? Second, again for Jeremy, yesterday, Mathis Wackernagel told us about the overshoot issue, which reflects the idea that we are still having economic growth at the expense of a nature that already exhibits a downward trend. And in some dimensions, nature might not be able to recover from. Now, you are telling us about this cascade effect. If these processes have already started, what are our options and actions to stop them and revert these processes? Thank you.
Well, our actions have to be even more desperate, focused than they were before. Almost 100% of our effort in the Granham Foundation is now directed at carbon sequestration. We know that whatever happens, we will be dripping in excess carbon and excess methane and nitrous oxide. But we have limited resources. We're making a point that we know will be critical, and we are putting everything we can beg, borrow, and steal into it. We want to become not only experts, but we want to invest so well that it entices competition. And I think of green venture capital as the only have your cake and eat it thing that I have met in my life, where it's not only a candidate for moving the cost more for $1 than even a grant can, because it recycles and comes back with profit, but it's also a candidate for the highest return out there in the investing world looking forward 20, 30, 40 years, because the entire world is finally waking up and realizing that it has to get behind in regulation, in carbon tax, in incentives behind the very ideas that we're focusing on.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I have another question from the audience to Maud. And the question is the following. What key policies and measures should be prioritized by the central banks and financial supervisors in order to mitigate and reduce the potential risk related with the climate change and biodiversity loss?
Thank you, Mauricio. So, well, after the presentation of Jeremy, I think it is also important to recall that we are facing a twin crisis that is really dangerous, really particular. And so in front of this crisis, I think central banks and financial supervisors should also adopt unconventional measures, innovative measures to tackle this crisis, really. After 2008 crisis, we saw central bank ability to react to new challenges in financial risk, in dealing with financial risk. And they should exactly do the same with climate and nature risk. So what they can do really, well, it really depends on which activity we are talking about. But one thing they should start to do is identifying the worst economic sectors of activities that are detrimental for climate change mitigation and for nature conservation, and then map those sectors with their activity. So it will mean in monetary policy, for example, stop accepting as a collateral assets that are linked to activities that are detrimental for climate change mitigation or nature conservation. In financial supervision, this could mean giving the right incentive to financial market actors that are banks and insurance, making capital higher, liquidity requirement higher for those type of activities that are really detrimental and that are impairing our transition toward a greener economy. They should also lead by example and give the right incentive to financial market actors. They should declare publicly and set their expectation and publish roadmap giving precise timeline to follow to different financial market actors. They should also help in building common language and a common framework to ensure that non-nature positive activities will be recognized as such everywhere and ensure consistency of approaches, because it will be also super important. They should alert policymakers on the systemic risk we will face and on the fact that we have to use financial regulation to ensure the financing of the transition. And last but not least, they should build their own capacity internally to really understand what is at stake with climate change and biodiversity loss. So it is true that the task is really big. The possibilities of intervention are really multiple, and only central banks and financial supervisors have this capacity to activate so many different measures having such a great impact at the same time. So in a way, it is still encouraging because they can give the impulse we need, but we really need them to implement those measures as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Maud. Very nice answer. If I may, I would like to make a question by myself. So I work at the Financial Market Commission, in which we supervise banks and insurance companies in Chile. And I worry about biodiversity risks. I worry about climate change risks. I worry how the materialization of these risks can reduce the value of the credit portfolio of banks and reduce the value of the investment portfolio of insurance companies. My question is to any of the three panelists. And it's a broad question. Should I be worried more about biodiversity risks as a regulator, or should I be worried more about climate change risks? Let me rephrase this. Quantitatively, which of these two types of risk do you think has a greater negative impact on banks and insurance companies, and therefore a stronger negative impact on financial stability? Is the question I'm asking even well constructed? So that's my question to any of the three. Felipe?
I think, yeah, first of all, it's very sector specific. One thing that we are discovering when we talk to those organizations interested in integrating the disclosure recommendations and risk management approaches towards nature that they have already taken their climate path, is that it varies definitely for different sectors. and that it's very hard to draw the line, Mauricio. I don't think if there is a one-way answer where you can say climate took us this far and nature took us this far in terms of credit risk or loss of valuation or stranded assets. And I think Jeremy's presentation very much highlights that, where climate change impacts are causing loss of soils. And if you're an agricultural company, it's the interrelation between climate change impact and the loss of nutrients and the loss of microbiology diversity in the soils that you depend on that will start accelerating each other. So I think we should really encourage integrated climate and scenario analysis. I think we should really encourage integrated management of the climate and the nature crises, and to encourage organizations to understand those feedback loops and those interactions more than highlighting one over the other, as it depends on location and on sector.
Perfect. Jeremy?
A casual drive through Chile reveals that agriculture, forestry, fruit trees, berries are very important. And secondly, that you have not treated the environment particularly well. Monolithic, single species forests. This is not the way to do it. Ground under your fruit trees and your berries that look like pure dirt. Squeezing out the pollinators, the natural local pollinators, and you really are at considerable risk financially in your agricultural sector from a combination of climate damage, floods, droughts, combined with the loss of pollinators and an insect die-off.
I don't know whether to thank you or not, Jeremy, for your answer, but I agree, and it's worrying. It's very worrying. So, Maud, please.
Yes, Mauricio, just to add also that at your place, I think I would really make sure that people in financial institutions, banks, and insurance really understand the interrelation between nature and climate. Because if not, they will implement risk management measures that will not be impactful enough to tackle the student crisis. So it will be the first things to do.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now reaching the end of the session. I wanted to thank again Maud, Jeremy, Felipe for their time, for sharing their insights with us as supervisors and central bank regulators. This has been an extremely useful session. We have learned a lot. So I hope we can have you physically in Chile at some point. So thanks again for a fantastic session, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Mauricio. Thank you, everyone.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Likewise.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for being part of this great panel. Now we are moving to our next agenda item. We have a short 10-minute break. So please stay connected or come back in 10 minutes. Our next session will be the session 6, which is the NGFS Inspire Biodiversity Loss and Financial Stability, an Agenda for Action, and 12:20. So just remember that you can follow us in the Central Bank of Chile YouTube channel and also in the Facebook Live. So thank you so much and see you soon.
Humberto, volvemos.
Ok.
Okay, so welcome back. So now we are going to start to our sixth session of our conference. Just remind that you can follow us through the YouTube channel of the Central Bank of Chile. And the recordings of this conference are going to be available after the end of the conference. So let me now to pass the floor to Mr. Roman Schwarzman, who is going to moderate this sixth session. He is the research economist at the Climate Change Center at the Bank of France. So Roman, it is a pleasure that you are here, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gonzalo, and welcome everyone to this panel on the NGFS Inspire joint report on biodiversity loss and financial stability. I'm delighted to be here and to moderate this panel with our two distinguished speakers today, Nick Robbins and Fabio Natalucci, and I will introduce them in a minute. So just to introduce a little bit the session, and especially for those of you who were able to attend the previous two sessions, I think this covered really well the macroeconomic impacts of biodiversity loss and the financial risk that could derive or that could be related to this issue. And these two sessions made it very clear that central banks and financial supervisors need to understand much better the question of biodiversity loss and their implication for their mandates, given their macro financial relevance. That's precisely what this session will focus on. Basically, this question of why and how central banks and supervisors can address biodiversity loss and nature loss more broadly within the remits of their mandates. So to explore this question, we will first hear from Nick Robbins, who co-chaired a pioneering report published by the NGFS jointly with the research network Inspire. The report was published just 2 months ago. And Nick Robbins is professor in practice for sustainable finance at the Granham Research Institute at the London School of Economics, the LSE. He's a co-founder of Inspire, which is a research network created in 2019 to support NGFS members to assess and manage environmental risk and to support the transition to a sustainable economy. And I should mention that Inspire is one of the two NGFS research stakeholders. Nick Robbins is also a board member of Investor Watch and a member of a number of advisory boards. And he's co-author of The Road to Net Zero Finance for the UK's Climate Change Committee and co-founder of the Financing the Just Transition Alliance. So following this presentation, which will last about 30 minutes, max 35. So Nick, I can let you know if you know when you're like 2 or 3 minutes before the end of the session. Following this presentation, we will listen to Fabio Natalucci, who will discuss the NGFS Inspire report that Nick will have presented. And Fabio Natalucci is a deputy director of the Monetary and Capital Markets departments at the International Monetary Fund, the IMF. He is responsible for the Global Financial Stability Report that gives the IMF's assessments of global financial stability risk. Prior to joining the IMF, Fabio was a senior associate director in the Division of Monetary Affairs at the Fed, at the Federal Reserve Board. And he was also a deputy assistant secretary for International Financial Stability and Regulation at the US Department of Treasury. And Fabio holds a PhD in economics from New York University. So with this being said, Nick, I think that you can start uploading your presentation. You can share your screen, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, Romain, and it's really good to be on this conference, and I'd like to salute Banco Central Chile, WF and UFI for hosting this. It's been a great series of sessions, and it's really good to actually see so many members of the study group actually speaking. We have more Abdelli. I can see Elias up there. Good to see you again. Obviously colleagues from IMF, from UNEP. And also it's a great honor to follow Jeremy Grantham, who obviously established the research institute where I sit. So let's try and get the technology out of the way. Okay.
We can see the screen. I don't know if you want to share it full screen, or you should be able to, I guess, the at the bottom, you should see the little sign. Yeah, perfect. We can see it full screen now.
Brilliant. Okay.
Thank you.
So it's given where this fits in the conference, I think what hopefully this presentation brings together is the conclusions of this study group, which went on for a year, as Romain said, finished in March. Hopefully brings together many of the insights we've heard over many of the sessions about biodiversity, nature, macroeconomic relevance. And this report is going to show us the why and how central banks and supervisors can respond to biodiversity and wider nature risks. And this is the report, Central Banking and Supervision in the Biosphere. So the key messages really of the report, a year's work, is that addressing biodiversity-related financial risks falls within the mandates of central banks and financial supervisors. Now, that was not a foregone conclusion when we started the work last year. And I think at that point, there really were only about a handful of central bank supervisors around the world who had started thinking about this. So this is actually a conclusion that came out of the research and the dialogue we had through that period of year. Again, I think one of the things that I was really struck by through the process is that actually action is starting to grow. There was, as I say, not so much happening when we started. But clearly far more efforts are needed. And I'll go through the sort of 5 main recommendations which the study group made for central banks and supervisors and what they could do now. What is really crucial about this is we had this process of dialogue and analysis. The report, of course, I think is a really good result. But I think the impact it had in terms of the position of the NGFS, I think, is really welcome. And as a result of the process that the joint study group initiated, the NGFS has established a task force to mainstream nature-related risks across its activities to green the financial system. And that's something which is really, really welcome as a result of this study group. So just in terms of just the background, again, established in 2021, when we started, we thought we'd maybe have 5 central bank supervisors, about 5 researchers, but actually the membership grew to over 25 NGF members and observers, and nearly 30 research institutions and experts, and over 100 members in all. So this was a very powerful brains trust from all around the world. I was delighted and honored to co-chair it, but also with Dr. Marjun, the NGOS chair of the NGFS workstream. So it was really good to have Dr. Marjun with his leadership in this. We published 3 reports, an initial vision paper, an interim report, and then the final report in March. As I said, this was a joint piece of work. It was an occasional paper in the language of the NGFS by the NGFS itself, obviously representing financial supervisors, central banks, and also the Inspire Research Network. But we are really pleased to see how the NGFS, and here Ravi Menon, the chair of the NGFS, when the report came out. And I think citing that the work had enabled NGFS members to better understand the consequences of economic decisions and financial flows that do not integrate nature-related risks and opportunities, and then highlighting that this is relevant for financial stability, and that lays the foundations for the NGFS task force, as I mentioned. So why should central banks and financial supervisors? And clearly this conference has highlighted in multiple ways the rationale for thinking about the macroeconomic and financial stability implications. So I hope that this will really confirm what you have already heard in previous sessions. Obviously, the financial systems that central bank supervisors oversee are embedded in nature. They are not separate from nature. Our economies, our financial systems depend on nature. Biodiversity is a quality which enables nature to be productive, to be resilient and adaptable, as the Dasgupta review has shown us. In one sense, we know that about half of GDP is in sectors directly dependent on nature, but obviously all sectors, all our economic activities, all financial transactions in the end are derived from a healthy ecosystem. And we know in the charts that you can see on the right and from many other data points that biodiversity has been systematically depleted, and this will bring significant impacts to the economy. One piece of research from the World Bank, which we drew on a modeling exercise, modeling potential collapse of six ecosystem services by 2030, highlighted that overall, this could bring a negative impact to global GDP of about 2.3%, which might not sound too much. Firstly, this is highly conservative. Does not include indirect losses and potentials of cascade events. But also, if you look at the charts and if you can sort of see some of the highlights of the charts that are there, I suppose the location of these losses is particularly worrying, that actually the developing countries, low-income countries, middle-income countries are most dependent on their ecosystem services and a healthy biodiversity. And so we have large populations who are dependent, over 1.1 billion people in sub-Saharan Africa, and these countries potentially having over 10% of their GDP being lost per year through the collapse of these ecosystem services. And so I think where we look at those countries most reliant on biodiversity, and also obviously having least financial capacity to invest in biodiversity, then you realize where some of the acute issues are in terms of wider financial stability issues through the financial system. So that was essentially some of the sort of the macro context, but then we were trying to look through the financial stability implications. Now, clearly, the primary responsibility for confronting the biodiversity crisis rests with governments. We know that there are a whole series of both market, institutional and policy failures. So actually things that governments are already doing are exacerbating the problem, and these are driving ecosystem collapse. So it's primarily the responsibility of governments to fix these market institutional policy failures. We hope to see the global biodiversity framework emerge from COP15 in Kunming when that meeting resumes. And I think what is very striking is how in the draft texts, there is a clear priority to align all financial flows in support of conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. And potentially that could be a similar moment as the Paris Convention text, Article 21C, had for the financial system. Given that, central banks and supervisors can clearly play a very powerful complementary role to protect financial stability, reducing biodiversity-related financial risks, and also helping to guide the financial resources that are going to be needed for nature-positive activities. And therefore, we saw and we concluded as a group, as a study group, that biodiversity financial risk falls within the mandates. And these include the non-linearity of natural processes, the possibility, obviously, of crossing irreversible tipping points, which Jeremy Grantham highlighted so starkly in the last session. And clearly, that although some of these issues, we have uncertainty about them, about the scale of the risks, about the timing of the risk, the crystallization of these risks, this is clearly not an excuse for inaction. Indeed, that lack of clarity potentially means that we need to act with more vigor to really understand the threats that we're facing. We heard earlier from our colleague from the TNFD, this familiar framework in terms of dependency on ecosystem services, impacts on ecosystem services, how these are translated into both physical and transition risks. And I think this is a very helpful framework for central banks and supervisors. Clearly, physical risks resulting from the degradation of ecosystem services and that financial institutions that lend to, invest in, or insure these activities are also exposed. Clearly, pollination services are a major there, but also growing desire by consumers to benefit from nature through activities such as ecosystems. So physical risks a clear issue. Then, of course, we have transition risks, and those activities that are having a negative impact on biodiversity, they are now exposed increasingly to transition risks, and transition risks result from the misalignment between a firm's impacts on biodiversity and then a variety of developments aimed at achieving a more nature positive economy. And again, obviously, financial institutions which are lending to or investing in or ensuring activities which are misaligned with nature positive economy are going to be exposed. Fundamentally, obviously, government policy and analysis, interestingly done by the Dutch National Bank, highlighted that if we get the agreement to move to 30% of land and sea area in protected areas, as is potentially going to be included within the Global Biodiversity Framework, then this could almost double the exposure of Dutch financial institutions to about 28 billion euros. So clearly, policy advances to deal with negative impacts will bring transition risks. Also, clearly, consumer preferences are changing quite profoundly, such as the move to a plant-based diet in many societies. Now, clearly, we have the sort of simplified model of firms having impacts on, dependencies on nature, but within the financial system, we start seeing the key role of central banks and supervisors, obviously at the micro level, regulating and supervising financial institutions who therefore would face different types of credit, liquidity, market and operational risks, but also recognizing that these issues are not just contained at the micro level, but actually can aggregate to macroeconomic deterioration, and that therefore brings broader issues about financial and monetary stability, which needs to be equally managed by central banks and supervisors. So that's, I suppose, the whole system view that we came to. We've heard, I think, in previous sessions that it's critically important not to see climate and biodiversity risks as somehow separate. Indeed, we need a deeply integrated approach. We know that key activities such as land use change and deforestation are both drivers of biodiversity loss and climate change, and also healthy ecosystems are absolutely crucial to provide resilience to growing climate shocks. And therefore, I think we can see that there is a potential for if we look at these things in an integrated way, to see the potential for compounding risks. And that's potentially, I think, where you see markets moving quite profoundly. That maybe one factor might be insufficient, but if you bring together both the climate and biodiversity lens, then you can see that the materiality, both for financial institutions, but also materiality for financial regulators, will become more profound. So this crucial notion of taking an integrated view to climate and biodiversity. So that's the setting, that's the sort of the why, as it were. But what can central banks and supervisors do about this, given the toolbox of mechanisms they have and the mandates they have for financial stability and managing risks across the financial system? So one of the things we did was survey existing practice across a series of different categories of action in terms of initial research and assessment and sending policy signals, prudential policy, looking at central bank portfolios, what have been done there, in terms of contributing to broader financial architecture, thinking about financial market conduct in terms of how firms may be complicit in environmental crimes such as the illegal wildlife trade, also contributing to broader policy liaison with governments to make sure that action in the financial system is coherent and consistent with action in the real economy, and also monetary policy. And I must say that monetary policy was the area that we found least activity in, and probably going forward is one which really deserves further further research and analysis, but really looking much more deeply at the linkages between biodiversity loss, decline of nature, and financial stability, price stability in the broadest sense. So those are the sort of 7 options. I just wanted to give you a few highlights of that. Clearly, the first thing that central banks and supervisors need to do when they are confronting by this emerging risk on biodiversity and nature-related loss is understand the sort of size of the problem. A number of studies have now been undertaken by central banks around the world. You can see the chart there on the right. You have the Dutch, who were the first, Banque de France, where Romain is sitting, the Central Bank of Brazil, Central Bank of Malaysia, Central Bank of Mexico. The studies aren't quite the same, not quite the same methodology, but essentially are showing the exposure of the banking sector to biodiversity loss, particularly in the corporate banking book. So between sort of 36% or so, and in the case of Malaysia, over 50%. So this is a material exposure and therefore well worth looking at. And that, obviously, this is something that many other central banks and supervisors could undertake in their own jurisdiction. So obviously, that's a first step, understanding how big the issue is, where the exposure is, and how exposure might actually then translate into real financial risks. Then clearly, obviously, assessment is only a first step. Then there's actually more of an action step. It is interesting to see the growing number of supervisory agencies starting to include biodiversity in their broader expectations around the management of climate and environmental risk, the Banco Central de Brazil, the European Central Bank, and the Monetary Authority of Singapore. So I think that sort of sense of a broader set of expectations about both climate and environment, that's starting. Clearly, taxonomies, we need to have clarity about what we mean about nature-positive activities, biodiversity-positive activities. People's Bank of China and Bank Negara in Malaysia have both included biodiversity considerations in their green and climate change taxonomies, which is a useful start. And then disclosure. We heard about the TNFD process, Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, earlier. And I think as well as the financial institutions, the corporates, the academics, and so on that involve, really interesting to see that you now have a number of central bank supervisors involved in the TNFD forum to explore how it could be a tool for ensuring we have good data and disclosures in the market. The Bank of England, the Banque de France, European Central Bank, and the Financial Services of Japan, and the Banco de Mexico as those. So again, that's a really useful step, because obviously disclosure is a key step to proper supervision. And then portfolios. Again, we have a number of central banks who are starting to integrate biodiversity into their investment portfolios, their responsible investment approaches, Banque de France, Banca d'Italia, and the Swiss National Bank. But as you can see, these are interesting and positive examples, but I would still say these are still very early stage efforts. So we need to probably see a lot more in terms of the breadth and also the depth of these efforts as we go forward. So what then, looking at the analysis of the macro threats, looking at the system dynamics, looking at the type of options that are being taken or could be taken, where did we land in terms of the key recommendations that central banks and supervisors individually and collectively could take today to address this issue of biodiversity loss and the links with financial stability? So we have 5. Firstly, recognize the issue. Secondly, build the capacity to analyze and address the issue. Thirdly, assess exposure. Fourthly, then to start managing the issues. And then fifthly, contribute and work with others to build that broader financial architecture that is going to be necessary to mobilize the investment for a biodiversity and nature positive economy. So I would like to go through each of these in turn, and then obviously in questions it'd be great to get your feedback on these. So the first one is clearly recognizing this as an issue. And I think this is a clear first step from the governor, from the senior management of a central bank, clearly stating that biodiversity loss fits within green finance and environmental risk management strategies. As I said earlier, taking an integrated approach highlighting the links with climate change, and that provides obviously a platform for dialogue with governments and obviously other relevant stakeholders in the financial system. And so that I think that sort of signal of recognition that this is an important and relevant risk is really step number one. Step number two from financial supervisors, central banks, is then, as we heard earlier in the previous session, is clearly to build capacity to analyze and address these risks. That it will require new skills, new capacities among central bank and supervisory staff, as well as indeed financial institutions, market participants more broadly, and stakeholders more broadly. So one of the things that came through very strongly in the study group was the particular need for this in developing economies, emerging market economies, and the priority of thinking through international collaboration on training as well as deepening the research base. And we, in the study group report, we do contain an initial research agenda. But I think this is an area of real priority, so we can competently manage the issues. Step three, as I suggested, I showed earlier, we have a number of central banks supervisors working in partnership with many institutions such as the World Bank, starting to assess the exposure of their financial systems to biodiversity-related risks in terms of dependency and risk. And we need to think about taking those initial analyses much further and making them more future-orientated, and think through how we can apply biodiversity and nature-related risks to scenario analysis and stress tests. I'll come on to that in a little moment. But also, clearly, it'd be useful for central banks and supervisors potentially to establish a dashboard of biodiversity metrics in their countries, which could enable them to monitor key KPIs across the system, which are relevant to financial stability. Now, many of us are increasingly familiar with the development of climate scenarios. Notably, we have the NGFS scenarios, and those are really important tools so we can bring the future into today's decision-making, overcome the tragedy of the horizon. And I think there is a potential, and this was something Roman Schwartzman was clearly working on and contributed to the study group. There's clearly an ability to take a similar approach or learn from the experience with climate scenarios for biodiversity related risks, and thinking through narratives for physical shocks and transition shocks, and what this could mean for biodiversity. So maybe again in the discussion we can go more on that. I think there's some real potential and maybe some early wins by looking again at some of the climate scenarios and looking at particularly at the sort of land use elements of those, and seeing to what extent we can identify particular sort of biodiversity relevant factors that could be drawn out from that, as well as developing discrete scenario analysis for the future in terms of climate of biodiversity related risks. Number four, we've recognized the issue of central bank supervisors. Important for central bank supervisors to do that, building the capacity to do that, starting to do the assessment, looking ahead, scoping the issue, sizing the issue, and then the question is how central banks and supervisors will actually start thinking through the options for managing these biodiversity-related risks and minimizing the negative impacts of finance on ecosystems. And clearly, that involves looking at existing supervisory frameworks, developing supervisory expectations and assessment programs, addressing very familiar and standard issues such as governance, risk management of nature-related risks, questions of strategy, questions of disclosure, and financial conduct. So I think some of the existing approaches we have can clearly be applied to this issue, again, with strong links back to climate as well. Sorry. And number five, this was really recognizing that many of the issues that we're going to need, and many of the tools we're going to need to build financial systems that support nature positive economies, that these will fall outside the specific mandates of central banks and supervisors. So as with other issues, notably around climate change, there's a role, a key role, an anchor role for central bank supervisors to contribute to and potentially lead on some of this wider financial architecture, which could include biodiversity taxonomies. It could include making sure that ESG ratings are credibly including biodiversity factors, thinking through the options for integrating biodiversity into monetary policy, as I highlighted earlier, and then making sure that biodiversity protection is incorporated into central bank investment portfolios. So those are the five big recommendations. They all build on practice we could see out there in the real world in terms of what is already emerging. And I think these are fairly robust and all the things that central banks and supervisors could adopt and take forward now. We really hope that more institutions will do that. I've just got one or two final slides. So that was the end of the study group process. Those are the key recommendations of the study group with members from the NGFS and Inspire. And then as we launched this in March, the NGFS itself came out with a statement on nature-related risks and two sort of main categories of conclusions from the NGFS. Firstly, that it will be important for central banks and supervisors, but also financial institutions to go forward and build a scientifically grounded analytical framework, obviously take account of some of the likely data gaps, and then use this framework to align policies with environmental sustainability and inform the assessment of nature-related risks. So there was a broad conclusion and lessons that the NGFS statement drew from, but then had this final conclusion welcoming the recommendations and creating this task force to mainstream the consideration of nature-related risks. And the aim, I think, is that this will be, the task force will act as an incubator to explore, to develop, to harmonize relevant nature-related considerations and efforts in collaboration with NGF work streams, expert networks and members. So this is a really strong result. As I said, not an expectation when we started this study group in April 2021. And I just have one final slide before I hand back to you, Romain. Again, there's a large evidence base, 3 reports. I really welcome you to go and visit those and obviously get back in touch with the study group or the NGFS with further questions and comments. But with that, I'll hand back to you, Romain. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nick. That was a very comprehensive overview of the final report, and more broadly, as you reminded at the end of the whole year of the study group between NGFS and Inspire. And perhaps just to emphasize what Nick has been saying, really, when we started this study group, Nick already raised that, but we really didn't think that we would get to this point toward the end where, along with the final report, the NGFS published the statements acknowledging that biodiversity loss is a source of financial risk, and as Nick explained as well, launching this new task force to really mainstream this nature-related risk into all NGFS work streams. So that was really, I think, a huge achievement. With this being said, I think we can turn to Fabio to discuss the reports. Perhaps just one thing, if people have questions, you can ask them in the Q&A. You should see the little box probably at the bottom of your screen, depending on how it is set up. But there is a little box Q&A, so you can ask your questions there, and I'll make sure that we have some time for Q&A at the end. For now, Fabio, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for joining us.
First of all, many thanks for the invitation to the conference and for the opportunity to comment on Nick's great presentation. The IMF, through the Monetary and Capital Markets Department, has contributed to the report. We participate in the NGFS Task Force on Biodiversity, and it has been a very insightful journey. Obviously, as we have seen and heard, further work is needed to deepen our understanding of this issue and the implication for financial stability. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to discuss some takeaways of the relationship between biodiversity loss, financial risk, and financial stability, and the role that we can play in this area. So if you can move to the next slide. I think from the standpoint of policymakers, There is a fundamental question here, which is biodiversity loss a source of macro-financial risk? Right? So I can think of three considerations that can support the notion that biodiversity may in fact pose economic and financial risk. First, biodiversity and the ecosystem services it provides, they play a critical role in the functioning of the global economy. So a wide range of industry, not just the agricultural sector, they depend heavily on ecosystem services. So biodiversity loss is both unprecedented and in fact, it's accelerating. That is a concern because we have never witnessed or measured something like this and the consequences of such loss. Second point is that some physical transition risks do stem from biodiversity loss. Nick has already emphasized some of these elements, so let me focus on two findings in particular that I think are relevant for policymakers. One is that physical risk arise because economic activities and the value of financial assets do depend in part from economic services. And looking at transition risk, they arise because economic activities and financial flows do impact biodiversity. So they are exposed to the transition to a more nature-positive economy. So importantly, a physical transition risk, they can reinforce each other. So an example would be the agriculture or the fishing sectors. Now, for this reason, price stability can also be affected. Right? Think of biodiversity loss stemming from deforestation activities. Right? They lead to higher frequency, severity of droughts across the globe. They affect agricultural services product and hydropower production, for example. This could put upward pressure on food and electricity prices, contributing to a rise in headline inflation. This is a point that was highlighted in the February 2022 report on adaptation and vulnerabilities by IPCC. And those impacts, in fact, are global. Now, the third point is that there is a nexus and feedback loops between biodiversity loss and climate change. So the Glasgow Climate Pact, as signed during COP26, has emphasized the relation by focusing on the role of the ecosystem, for example, in storing carbon. So it is an essential element of carbon neutrality. On the other hand, climate change is a key driver of biodiversity loss, for example, via deforestation. So biodiversity is one of these essential elements on our Earth system, and biodiversity loss can therefore interact with the planet boundaries, contributing to greater destabilization. Right? This is a point that the SRUP report has shown very clearly in terms of feedback loops. So the question is, could biodiversity physical transition risk generate systemic, and I want to stress the word systemic financial risk, not a localized systemic risk, but financial risk, but systemic financial risk, and put global financial stability at risk. I think from my standpoint, from what I do at the fund, thinking in terms of global financial stability risk, is the word systemic and the word global that I think we want to emphasize. If you don't mind turning to the next slide. Another way to think of this is the following. Are these elements material enough for policymakers to take action? Right? So from a standpoint of policymakers, there are two issues I think needs to be considered. One is what are the transmission channels to financial stability or instability? And number two, can we measure the risk? Can you measure this channel? And ultimately, can you measure the impacts? So let me emphasize 3 points. One is that there are a variety of transmission channels to financial institutions. Right? So the NGFS has analyzed some of them, but I think more work needs to be done here because there is a high degree of complexity in the interdependencies among ecosystems across the world. And I think this interdependency it's a crucial word in thinking about systemic risk and global financial stability. The effect of biodiversity loss, in other terms, can be localized, but they can also be global. And I think that's a crucial point. So, for example, services provided by ecosystem, they cross border, right? Think of water availability. The ongoing dismantling of crucial biomes, such as the Amazon rainforest, have consequences. Think about greenhouse gas concentration in the atmosphere that spreads beyond South America. There are also potential cascading effects from value chain. Think about the agricultural sector, fishing sector, the textile industry. This impact can be found in advanced economies as well as in emerging markets. Now, these interdependencies can lead to disruption in business operations, so increase market and credit risk. Shocks that impact economic agents through domestic macroeconomic variable. Think of debt sustainability in some of the emerging markets, for example, but also commodity prices. Commodity prices have a global impact, as we are learning now through the war in Ukraine. Another channel could be to increase likelihood of pandemic risk that could breed a crisis like COVID, for example. So that's point number one. Point number two is that biodiversity is essentially an enabler of economic activity. What is important from this point of policymaker is that natural capital cannot be substituted. That is, services provided by nature, by natural capital cannot be replaced either by labor or by capital. There's no other type of capital that can replace the role that biodiversity plays in water availability, for example, pollination, nutrient cycles. And then the third point has to do with the fact that addressing climate risk requiring reaching carbon neutrality, an ecosystem can play a role toward this end. Right? Carbon neutrality essentially is based on two elements. Sustainability, substantially reducing greenhouse gas emissions and not harming the capacity of the ecosystem to store carbon naturally, like forests, oceans, soils do. So protecting ecosystem is essentially a way to mitigate climate change. Now, there are, of course, measurement issues, and this, I think, it's one of the challenges that we face when we think about systemic risk and global financial stability, right? So biodiversity is a complex, interconnected, non-fungible element of ecosystem. So to measure these effects is logistically, technically challenging, and contrary to simple measure of greenhouse gas emission, there cannot be a single metric or focus on a single ecosystem services. And I think that's one of the challenges that we face here, thinking about a framework. Next slide, please. Now, tackling greenhouse gas emission alone is not easy, but preventing biodiversity collapse is even more difficult. And there are a number of challenges. Some of them I already mentioned, but let me focus on a few of them here. First, mitigating biodiversity risk means that we need quality data, as well as consistent, transparent, rigorous science-based metrics. So you put data and metrics. Now we lack this, both in terms of quality data as often in terms of metrics. Even though there's been progress that has been made in terms of disclosure in some regions, for example. And some central bank and supervisors have done a great deal of work on this area. Second point, biodiversity loss is global, but there is some concentration risk in part of the world. So measuring the transmission channel across the global supply chain in some key sector, I think is particularly challenging from a technical operational perspective. This is true not just for biodiversity, but it's also true for climate data. Some emerging markets and developing economies, for example, are commodity dependent, but so are also high-income countries that relies on these economies. So the spillover effect, I think it's something that needs to be analyzed carefully and be included in any framework that we want to utilize in the future. There's also a lack of knowledge in terms of the role of biodiversity and the extent of the dependency of our economies on biodiversity itself, right? That leads to a mispricing of natural capital. So policies that address this risk are still limited, and particularly important, not sufficiently disincentivizing investment that harm biodiversity or incentivizing investment that actually have a positive impact on biodiversity. So what can we do? And that takes me to my last slides. I'm not going to go through the recommendation of the NGFS Inspire report. Those are particularly relevant, and Nick went over some of this. Maybe I can say what we in the IMF, particularly in the monetary and capital markets, can do and what we have done and trying to do. I think we can think of how to integrate biodiversity elements in our work on data gaps and methodology, but also more generally on sustainable finance alignment approaches. Right? So it's key that we work at incorporating corporate financial institution disclosure rules. And our advice to the ISSB in this area, I think it's something that can be helpful. We also need to enhance our understanding of the channels. I discussed some of them, but I think we need to understand better channels through which nature affect financial stability and price stability. So more research is needed in this area. Maybe one way to go is starting with case studies. I think case studies are a good way to actually analyze some of these transmission channels, to measure them, to assess them, and to show what spillover effect could be. We also need to work on integrated approaches to assessing biodiversity and climate-related financial risk. We will continue to contribute the NGFS task force on nature-related risk and also scenario design and analysis. And then finally, last point, I think we need to design policy framework that can explicitly incorporate biodiversity related risk. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this area, and clearly this is one important area of priorities for our department. And I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, Fabio, for discussing the NGFS Inspire final report, and more broadly, I think the whole topic of how central bank supervisor can approach the topic and what are the challenges. I think in some, if I try to summarize some of the points you raised, One of them, I heard it quite a lot today, which is the question really of this complexity, all the indicators we cannot capture. You mentioned the question of non-fungibility. We cannot capture units, so to say, of biodiversity loss and say they are equivalent in the same way that we can say that 1 ton of CO2 is equivalent no matter where you emit it. And I think that's critical, and related to that, the whole complexity of all the transmission channels through value chains, spillover effects, and so on. So I think that was very important. And the second one, I didn't hear it that much today. It's really this question of a limited substitutability of natural capital, which I think it's a major challenge, I would say, as economists in general, and perhaps as macroeconomists. How do we account for this limited substitutability of natural capital, which can explain as well why some shocks that would take place in the agricultural or primary sector could perhaps have indirect impact on secondary, tertiary sectors. But I think it's a major challenge we really need to face. Perhaps I would just mention that the AFD, the French Development Agency, is having a conference at the end of the year on strong sustainability, where basically the concept of strong sustainability starts from the idea that natural capital is only partially or substitutable in a limited manner. And there's a call for paper on that. So perhaps it would be good to see some NGFS members and academics, I guess, taking part into that. So with this being said, we have quite a few questions. We have at least 3 questions already, and I will start probably with the second one, because I think it really relates to this question of scenario asked by Hubert Miller. So the question is, due to the complexity of biodiversity, is there a risk of being too reliant on the development of scenarios to assess biodiversity-related risk and the incorporation of this risk into risk management practices? And then some explanation behind the question, which is, in Hubert's opinion, we have seen the limitations of climate scenarios and the limitations of their use for bank and financial institution risk management due to model interpretation and assumption variability. If we are solely reliant on scenarios for biodiversity, could we be running the same risk and be delaying meaningful action? So I guess it's really related to all this question of complexity, limited sustainability, and so on, and the uncertainty that prevails, both for climate, I would say even more for biodiversity. I don't know in which order you want to take the question, but I would say, let me ask it to both of you, Fabio and Nick, and see who wants to start.
Also, if it was good to get your views, Romain, because this was something you contributed quite considerably to the study group in your own work at Banque de France. So maybe you should start, but I don't know, Fabio.
I don't know, Fabio, do you want to say something first? And I'm happy to chip in as well.
I mean, of course, you can come up with a list of limitations, right, of scenario analysis. And I think this is a broader point. It doesn't not only apply to biodiversity. I can apply the same. You could change the word biodiversity in the question and put climate there, and you get the same question, right? It's the same issue that we face at the NGFS, thinking about scenario design there as well. There's a lot of issues, challenges that relates to uncertainty, not just model uncertainty, but also the time frame that you have in mind. Of course, the longer you want to go in terms of thinking the impact, obviously, even the best model, the uncertainty range grows, and that's endogenous to the time horizon that we use in some of these scenarios. This is one of the reasons why here at the fund, for example, on the climate scenario, in the EPSAP, the Financial Sector Assessment Program, we have shortened the time horizon to 3 and 5 years, right? Yeah. The argument for practical purposes was that if you want to incentivize policy response and change, a short horizon helps with that. That may help limit some of this uncertainty. There are also uncertainty in terms of like data, I think, or challenges in terms of data to design scenario. There's a granularity of issue, how much you want to go into sector. Another issue for me is, and I don't think I have an answer, but if I look at how the world has changed over the last few months since the war in Ukraine and what we have seen in terms of commodity price impact and how the central bank response play a role here, then you wonder whether the current scenarios, for example, even for climate, shouldn't be thinking about disorderly scenario that is different, right? So far, disorderly has been about a late policy response or related to technology development. This is completely different. Right? This is disorderly in the true sense of the word, right? Surprise, so the commodity complex goes up because of supply of some commodities, could be another part of the world that is on the other side of geopolitical fault lines. So think about disorderly to me, taking a new sense, a new meaning. And so the same thing applies here for biodiversity, if you want. Now, obviously, that question is, if not scenario, how do you do it? That's not an obvious alternative, right? So for climate, some people have suggested, okay, you guys got too fancy. You should just think of a path for oil. Just give me a path for oil, and I'll give you I map it to economic growth and other variables. That's a simplified version. I'm not sure even this simplified approach that would work for biodiversity, right? You have too many variables. You don't have one variable that you can focus on, even if you want to have a different kind of approach. So short answer is yes, there's a lot of challenges, but for me, this is at this point the best approach that we can think of. We need a framework though. So this is where I think climate is one step ahead, right? I think there's a clear framework in the climate world. We need a framework here that can actually help design the scenario. And so I would start with the framework first.
Thank you, Fabio. Nick, do you want to? Yeah, I think you.
Well, one thing, and then it'd be great to hear your thoughts. I mean, one of the things again is sort of downscaling from these sort of meta categories of biodiversity, and I think I've been particularly struck again where we have a sort of convergence of risk factors, and so deforestation would be one of those. Maybe looking at transition risks in terms of scenarios, that is clearly a major driver within climate scenarios on that side, and clearly also has a major dimension as a driver of biodiversity loss. So I think maybe we probably need to downscale from biodiversity, as we heard from our colleague in the TNFD, and maybe pick some particular high impact areas where we know that these are issues. Start with those, maybe see how we can converge with some of the climate scenarios, use initiatives such as the Inevitable Policy Response, which has actually done some very deep dives on biodiversity and land use, and particularly focus on those and then build out from that. I think to really get some traction with some sort of tangible issues which people can really see are material, both from a climate and biodiversity point of view.
Thank you, Nick. And I will therefore step out of my role of as moderator, but that's upon your request, Nick. So very briefly, I would say that I basically agree with what you said, and I think that I think Fabio mentioned at some point the importance of case studies. So I guess this is one of the avenues we could explore. So just to give one example, also relating to what you just said, Nick, this question of deforestation, for instance, which is clearly identified as a major source of risk. For instance, one thing we're trying to work on with some colleagues at the Banque de France is precisely what could happen through global value chains if there was a ban on deforestation. So trying to look what it could mean for developing countries who would have losses in terms of exports, and also perhaps for advanced economy or high-income economies, which could see some sort of price impact in terms of inputs for the primary and secondary sector. So these are some of the examples we're trying to work with. It raises, I would say, tons of questions, especially if you try to work with this assumption that natural capital has a limited sustainability. But I would say these are some of the examples where we're trying to work with in terms of sectoral and case studies. And I would also say perhaps more on the physical risk side that there are some models there. We just got a presentation by Justin Johnson on the GTAP Invest model, where I think this is already a framework where we don't have all ecosystem services, but we have 6 of them. We can see some initial impacts for different countries, different regions, and perhaps connecting to discussion we have here. Something we will need to see, I guess, is what kind of indirect impact we could have from there, because here we have major impacts on developing economies who depend more on agricultural sector, but could we assume that high-income economies are not impacted at all by that, or would we see as well some indirect impact? So I guess these are some of the issues we may want in the future to tackle among NGFS members and with the academic community, of course. So these are, I guess, my 2 cents on the question since you asked me, Nick. And I think it responds already a little bit everything we said to the third question, which was, is there any index about environmental risk for measuring that? I guess it's the short answer is no, clearly, and I will let you Nick and Fabio answer if you want, but I would want to raise, even though we just have a few minutes left, also the first question we had, which was whether there is evidence of the relationship relating biodiversity loss and inflation. I think you both mentioned that this was a little bit, I would say, a topic that is even less explored, I would say, than the financial stability impact, which is the question of price stability. So same question here. Do you think that we have either tools or that this is something we should explore through the same approach we've been talking about, thinking of for physical and transition risk, or would we need new tools, new conceptual frameworks and so on to understand the potential impacts on price stability? I suggest to start perhaps with Fabio and then move to Nick, if that's fine.
I mean, if I need to think about price stability, you just pick an example. I think I mentioned one, but think about like food prices, right? And we are seeing this now. It's a different channel now. It comes from the war and other specific constraints to the supply of food, but ultimately it's the same impact, right? So any kind of impact on droughts or anything that essentially has an impact on food prices, as an example, particularly for emerging markets, has an immediate direct impact on headline inflation. And that's what, in part, that's what emerging market central bank are actually responding now. The trigger is different now, comes from, again, from the war. But you can think of different kind of triggers that have an impact on food prices, as an example. And that goes straight into the mandated objective of central bank. To me, that part, I think it's a relatively straightforward. In some of this impact, actually, they do result in headline or core inflation impact, and so that's the mandate of central banks.
No, exactly, and I think this is again is an argument for downscaling to sort of particular dimensions of ecosystem services, and particularly looking at, I mean, we heard from Jeremy Grantham about soil, and obviously high convergence of those issues with climate change in terms of precipitation, in terms of heat and so on. So I think it would be an area where certainly at the Inspire level, I think we would like to be seeing, as we've done before with climate related issues, potentially sort of commissioning research in this area, and obviously in dialogue with NGOs colleagues and members. I think this would be an area to look at in a little bit more depth, with obviously a number of institutions such as the IMF, which are real holders of expertise. But it'd be good to ground this out a little bit in the next year or so.
Thank you, Fabian and Nick. I don't think we have any other question in the chat. So I mean, I think just trying to summarize a little bit clearly the whole session, I would say clearly a very rapid and rapidly increasing acknowledgement by central banks and supervisors of the materiality for financial stability and possibly for price stability of the risk that biodiversity loss could pose. So learning, obviously building on what we've been doing on the climate agenda, on the climate fronts, but also recognizing that really biodiversity loss raises a lot of new questions, such as this question of limited substability, complexity, non-fungibility, complex transmission channels, and so on. And basically, of course, I cannot promise anything at this stage. I cannot talk about I would say, any confidential information, but as we mentioned, the NGFS just launched a task force on nature-related risk, which will look at many of the topics we've been discussing, really with this question: how do we look at biodiversity and nature loss not as a new topic, as an isolated topic in silo, but really how do we make sure that we mainstream that into everything that we've been doing so far in other work stream that we've been doing with regard to climate change so far, with regard to climate related risk. So I think we can, we have 2 minutes left. So I would say that I will just take this time to thank once again Fabio and Nick for excellent presentations and discussion. That was very insightful. And I would also like to thank very warmly the Central Bank of Chile, WWF, and UNEP5 for the invitation and for organizing this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Roman. So we are going, first of all, thank you, Nick and Fabio, for this excellent discussion. And to you, Roman, for a wonderful job as moderator. So thank you very much to the three of you. And now we are going to continue with the next session. So I'm gonna pass the floor to Daniela.
Sorry, thank you so much, Gonzalo. This is our last roundtable before closing the event. Thank you so much, all of our panelists, for such a great discussions and panels. So let me now to pass the floor to Mr. Rafael del Villar, Director of the Department of Social and Environmental Risk Analysis and Policies at Central Bank of Mexico, who will be moderating this roundtable. Thank you so much, Rafael. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much to the Banco Central de Chile and to UNEP for this invitation and for this wonderful conference. No, I mean it's been fantastic, and I just want to take 1 minute or 1 minute and a half to say that stress again that the climate and nature crisis are existential and closely interact and feedback negatively, no? And this has been emphasized in several of the sessions, and Nick Robbins eloquently made this point just a few minutes ago. It is important to add to this that it is essential to develop the models, tools, and methodologies that consider these twin crises together. And Justin Johnson, like an hour and a half ago, work in his presentation, putting together a macroeconomic model and the INVEST tool, it was extremely interesting and enlightening. So it has been really great to hear during this conference that these developments, our ability to estimate ecosystem services globally, have been occurring at pace, but equally interesting to hear that connections to macroeconomic modeling is taking place. An additional link, and this brings me to the excellent work the NGFS has been doing on scenario analysis, is the urgency of integrating the climate scenario analysis with the nature biodiversity. Indeed, as Romain just was saying, the NGFS Task Force on Nature is, which is really a temporary incubator group, while other groups fully take on nature considerations fully on board, no, at the NGFS, just to dwell a little bit on the issue of inflation, it's important to understand that the impact biodiversity loss potentially has on food productivity, no, and therefore on inflation, and the fact that important foods are commodities implies that prices tend to be impacted beyond the country's borders, no, with that really suffer a negative, say, productivity shock. So impact of food represents a large fraction of consumer price indices in emerging markets, and the impact as we have seen throughout this conference, in low latitude countries is exacerbated. So we have a potential issue that is extremely of relevance to central banks in this regard. Of course, there are important research and development options available. Going back to the panel, it's important we will be looking at two questions, and the first question has to do with precisely the interrelationship between climate change and nature, no? And we know that current policies or business as usual scenarios, that largely the NGFS scenarios, for instance, well, they have not yet included biodiversity considerations, and it's not difficult to see that that including, given these negative feedback effects, that including them would really mean that this NGFS scenarios, or in the IPCC scenarios in general, really underestimate the impacts going forward. So I think probably it's very interesting to hear from this distinguished panelists, this point of view. And going back to risk and financial stress testing, it would be really interesting to have some, of course, preliminary comments on what this implies for our countries, the integration of this climate and the nature discussion. So without further ado, let me introduce our distinguished panelist. Elias Albagli is Director of the Monetary Policy Division at the Central Bank of Chile. He was previously Director of the Research Division and Serial Economist of the Economic Research Department. And he has been having a distinguished career and has published several articles on macroeconomics and finance. Mr. Albagli holds a PhD in economics from Harvard University. We have Gregory Watson with us, and he is a principal specialist at the Inter-American Development Bank's Biodiversity Cluster and its Natural Capital Lab. Mr. Watson leads the IDB's efforts to mainstream biodiversity across the bank in the Latin American countries. And he has worked to develop the green climate funded projects in bioeconomy, debt for nature conversions. Elizabeth Seituno is a sustainable finance specialist at the WWF and the finance sector engagement lead at the Science Based Targets Network, and previously worked as a Blue Bond project manager and corporate engagement director at the Nature Conservancy. She was also director of capital markets, credit management, and vice president of relationships management at BNP Paribas, and a credit analyst at Barclays Investment Bank. Johnny Aguilar Madrigal is environmental economist with 9 years of experience in natural capital accounting at the Central Bank of Costa Rica, and he's also a member of the Climate Change Strategic Analysis Group. Mr. Aguilar was a research economist at the Research Institute of Economics at the Center of Research in Environmental Pollution of the University of Costa Rica. Finally, and not least, is Klaus Schmidt-Hebel, professor of economics at Universidad del Desarrollo. He is also a board member of Banco BCI and Reforestemos Foundation, and is a member of the Advisory Council of Climate Action, the technical group of the Strategy of Economic Tools to Accelerate the Energy Transition, the Commission of Institutionalism and Philanthropy of Wilderness Areas, and the Council of Development and National Manufacturing. Mr. Schmidt-Hebel held the position of chief economist at the OECD Department of Economic Studies at the Economics Department, and is a prolific writer. Thank you very, very much. And I would like to turn to Elias for his for his remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rafael. Can you hear me? Is that working?
Very well.
Great. So thank you very much for that kind introduction. And thank you all the panelists for agreeing to share your ideas in this conference. Let me first say that I think these are very relevant questions, and that the opinion that I'm going to give is my opinion, and it doesn't necessarily reflect the opinion of the board of the bank or any of its staff members. So let me start with the first issue that you raised. I think one can frame a useful conversation about what the biodiversity and the environmental degradation transition imply for economic growth going forward, by stressing three numbers that I think are useful to remember. The first number is 650. The second number is minus 70%. And the third number is 5. So let me start with the first number. The world today produces 650 times more GDP than at the time of the birth of Christ. So that's quite a bit more GDP. It reflects basically a 30-fold increase in population and a 20-fold increase in per capita GDP. And really most of this increase, this exponential increase, has really taken place in the last 200 years, really in the last century. And this is important because if we are going to talk about the growth prospects of the human project in any meaningful scale of time, I think one needs to go further back in history to get perspective. And the perspective is very simple. We are living in the cusp of an exponential wave of growth that we have never experienced before as humanity. And the question, basically, I think the question that you're asking us is, and that we were reviewing is this sustainable? Is this gonna last? Can we aim at similar growth outcomes if we just get our act together and stop hurting nature? So let me bring to the second number of these three numbers that I highlighted. The second number is minus 70%. So minus 70% is the decline in the biomass of the average wild animal species in the world since 1970s. I think we've seen this number quite a few times in this conference. A very important figure calculated by the WWF. And of course, this is linked to the first number. It is linked to economic growth, to the 650-fold increase in GDP, since the year 1 AD. And this happens because our growth, obviously very technological intensive, is a particular type of technology. It's one that is very intensive in the depletion of natural stocks. We have repeatedly heard in the last 2 days that deforestation for agriculture or animal grazing is a key driver of wildlife loss. So we are basically depleting biodiversity stocks to feed more and more population. And in addition, we are also exploiting energy stocks, right? Energy stocks that come from the past that are preserved in the forms of fossil fuels. And this provides most of the energy we use for, turning on our economies. And the resulting release of CO2 to the atmosphere has basically completely altered climate. And this has further contributed to biodiversity loss. So this minus 70% number is, of course, very related to the first number. So let me now go to the third number, which goes directly to your question. The third number is 5. 5 is how much we expect total world GDP to multiply between 2020 and 2100. So basically century's end. And this is according to the shared socioeconomic pathways, for example, that are used to inform climate scenarios. I should stress that this is not the highest growth outcome. It's just sort of the middle of the road. There are many SSP scenarios. This is sort of the middle one. So Rafael, I guess to restate your question with these numbers in mind, the question really is it reasonable to expect that we can aim at a 5-fold increase in GDP in the next 80 years, given that a much lower level of GDP in the last 50 years has basically killed more than half, much more, 70% of wildlife. And it has implied a widespread degradation of most of the ecosystems in the world. This is a hard answer. We already heard from experts, and you mentioned some of them. They're working on this field. They're doing formal macroeconomic models, at the frontier of research, trying to sort of answer questions that are related to it. But these models are complicated. They haven't been used to address such an important question. And I think, and therefore, what we have right now are opinions. Okay, so let me reproduce an opinion that I often hear regarding this question. And it is basically that we can do it. We can do it because humans are very good at inventing things, and that we can depend on technological progress. But let me share a very simple calculation that is useful to inform this discussion. Using the global footprint calculation that Mathis was telling us about, Mathis Wackernagel and his colleagues, one can approximate the growth rate of the efficiency by which humans basically turn nature in GDP. Let's call it the growth rate of natural capital efficiency. In a recent paper that we wrote with Joaquin Vial, who was the vice governor of the bank until a couple of months ago, we estimate this growth rate of the efficiency of natural capital since the 1960s. The number is positive. Okay, so humans have become more efficient at transforming nature into GDP, but the number is small. It's just 0.4% per year. And I should say this figure is probably overstated by reasons that we explained there. And then if you want to fit a 5-fold increase towards century's end in total world GDP, while at the same time reducing the footprint so that we stop violating the planetary boundaries, well, I mean, the math is sort of simple. This total productivity of nature needs to grow 5 times as much, as fast as it's growing, perhaps even 10, depending on the biases of the calculation. So for any economists in the group that are familiar with the discussion of total factor productivity, I mean, the whole discussion about growth in the world is that TFP grows slowly, and it's very, very hard to make it grow faster. So is it impossible to technologically grow our way out of this current predicament that we are in? I mean, I guess it's not impossible, but it's not likely either. And this conclusion, I think, is contrary to what we learned from climate change models, say the climate scenarios from the NGFS. But I think there's a crucial distinction. The climate transition is basically, what does it tell us? It tells us, look, if you guys get your act together and transform the energy matrix of the world, and you do it soon, then that should not materially affect the long run growth prospects of the world. But that's a much harder case to make when we're talking about all the dimensions of nature that we are currently transgressing, all the planetary boundaries. So let me just give a final idea to end my remarks. I mean, we should acknowledge that a question as important as this one, our current tools as economists have not yet gotten to an answer. We don't have the tools yet. I mean, I guess we have the tools, but we're just at an early stage of trying them. And as we heard from Justin Johnson today, for example, I've looked at the paper they had with the World Bank in much detail. And as he said, I mean, the most that they can do is make projections for the next 5 years, right? Because if you go farther ahead in time, it becomes increasingly difficult to trust the parameters of the model and other elements. But this question is just way too important not to answer it. And if you go to the the AA meetings or the SED meetings in macroeconomics, I can tell you that there are exactly 0 papers tackling this question. Exactly 0 papers. There are some papers in climate change, but there are no papers, or very few, that try to make this computation, make this assessment in a more rigorous way. So this is just my opinion. Okay, we don't have the formal models to tell us whether this is feasible or it's not feasible. But and I'll finish with this. I think the crucial aspect is the following. Probably we will never know for sure what rate of growth is feasible in terms of respecting the natural boundaries of the planet. And neither should we aim to reduce growth to whatever our estimate of this level is. That would not necessarily solve the problem. I think the crucial aspect is that we need to make sure that the information about the damages done to nature by our behavior as consumers and producers gets incorporated into prices in an appropriate way. And therefore we make sure that whatever growth we have is indeed a sustainable growth. What the number is, I'm not sure what it's going to be. My hunch is going to be a lot lower than what we are sort of expecting in the back of our minds. but at least it should be the sustainable rate of growth. And I'm not sure if we're going to have a second part to discuss the second question. So I'll just briefly connect with the second question about financial risks. We talk a lot about financial risks related to climate change, and there's an aspect about this conversation that really confuses me. When we make projections in the bank, and we're currently making the projection for the next monetary policy report, we have a very clear taxonomy of what a central scenario is. That's the most likely one, according to our subjective view. And then we also discuss alternative scenarios. If you want, you can call them risk scenarios. Some of them are a little less likely on the baseline. Some are way less likely, but they could be very consequential if they happen to materialize. So the taxonomy is very clear. There's something that is your expected scenario, and the risk scenario are things that are less likely. So this is the language that confuses me when we talk about climate change, because there's a lot of reinforcing the idea that we need to care about the financial risk from climate change. But climate change and the environmental degradation that we're talking about in this conference is really affecting the baseline scenario. I mean, the baseline scenario is bad. Let me give you an example. I mean, look at the NDCs from the IPCC, right? From the, I'm sorry, not IPCC, the COPs. So the COP26, there's a very nice graph that shows the level of current promises and what they imply for the temperature increases, and compares that with what we need for 1.5 degrees. The conclusion is we're nowhere close, even considering that those promises turn out to be true, which is a big if, right? I mean, there are not even plans. Most countries don't even have plans for those promises. So the expected scenario where we are going forward, the status quo, is really, really bad and will harm our economies, will harm the financial sector. So I think it's important to sort of shift the language a little bit in terms of saying, look, the baseline scenario is terrible. I mean, it's really bad and we need to change our behavior. And probably the policies that can bite into this baseline scenario have to do with taxation, cap and trade, perhaps some protocol in order to also bring forward the risk in corporate practices related to the broader environmental degradation. Those are the type of policy that we need for addressing and shifting the way in which we are going forward in the baseline scenario. And once we address that, the financial markets, of course, they can play a wonderful role, I'm sure they can, in addressing the risks. But we should be careful and perhaps try to change our language a little bit and stop talking about risks, because our status quo, our baseline scenario, the most predictable scenario of what we're doing really looks bad. And I think we're confusing that by calling it something that belongs to the tails of the distribution. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Gregory. Really interesting. It's absolutely your remarks go directly to the heart of the issue. I mean, we cannot grow as we have been growing in the past unless we radically change our relationship with nature, and this is really an incredible task in front of humanity. And as to the financial implications of this is totally, I fully concur with you, and the fact that the business as usual scenario is extremely is a catastrophic scenario, and coming to grips with the risks entailed is absolutely essential. And this integration of climate and biodiversity, I think it would be a step in the right direction. Let me move to Gregory. Gregory, please, can you provide us your remarks? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me to be here today. I think this is a key conversation, and I'd love to pick up from a bit from where Elias ended, which is for us at the IDB, the amount of transformation that needs to happen across all sectors of an economy is tremendous. What we're trying to do is to not only talk about the risks, but also talk about the opportunities and the contributions of nature to a number of sectors. Because in order to reach the magnitude of action that we need to see biodiversity integrated into infrastructure, into climate planning, into social planning, into health planning, and we need to quantify those benefits. And so we're supporting a lot of that kind of work. And I mean, if we look at the WEF Global Risks Report, biodiversity was identified as the third most potentially damaging risk by a number of different actors. And then we look at climate risk. But then if we start to link that with how do these two worlds interplay, at the IDB, actually, my team is co-located with the climate team because we're working the majority of these topics together. And there is obviously still a bit that is purely biodiversity related. And I think we also see that at the COP where there's a new report that just came out last week about nature-based infrastructure providing identically effective and more resilient infrastructure service for 50% cheaper than traditional gray infrastructure, and that the added value is 28% greater than gray infrastructure in dollar terms, meaning $489 billion per year. If we swapped just 11% of traditional or gray infrastructure with nature-based infrastructure instead, we'd be saving $248 billion each year, but also having a tremendous impact on biodiversity and natural capital nationally. The challenge is, how do we do that? How do we get this integrated into national plans? We think it's really important for both the public and private sector actors to come together around these questions at the bank. This was a big topic of conversation in the last year in our annual meeting and also in some of the work that we're doing for planning going forward, because we need to constantly be making this argument, not only about the risk, but about the opportunity that nature positive transitions can generate up to $10.1 trillion in annual business value, that they can create almost 400 million jobs by 2030, that we can transform the economic sectors that are, that could integrate nature in a better way. And it's essential that we do this with climate because there's already so much money and so much attention being focused on the climate side that when we can piggyback on that and include nature as a solution alongside the climate discussion, we can kind of, in sailing, you pick the wind from the sails of the boat in front of you. And it's a bit of what I think we need to be doing. Now, on the specific question, I'd say we've learned a lot in the past years. And since the Paris Agreement on how to redirect economies, how to make these arguments. But we need to have the science-based tools and the science-based frameworks, which several speakers have said over the past sessions. The Global Biodiversity Framework hopefully will present some of that opportunity. TNFD is presenting some of that opportunity. Finance for Biodiversity is published a lot. But these science-based frameworks need to be guided and led by the market because we find this disconnect between the language of the science and the language of the market. And we see this especially in looking at net zero scenarios, right? Where 40 to 50% of spending can come with a positive investment case around nature. We know the financing gap is very high, but we can fill this financing gap by looking at our harmful agriculture subsidies, at looking at developing new financial innovations, which I can talk about a bit later, and also looking at the NBS. And this is going to create new economic sectors and new economic activity within countries that could actually help support GDP growth, help support employment. The cost to restore 1 billion degraded hectares of land is estimated to be $300 billion. And investing in restoration, though, creates all of these spillover effects that exceed the costs according to the UN Convention on Desertification. Every dollar invested in restoration is providing a $7 to $30 return in economic benefits. And it goes to this point that I know others have spoken about previously, which is we need other indicators besides GDP. We really need to look at things like gross ecosystem product to account for the wide range of benefits that are not just going to economy. We just had a presentation at the bank last week about pandemics with Conservation International and looking at how a small investment in prevention of nature-people conflict actually is, so much more cost effective than the massive response we have to pandemics later and the cost to economic growth. And so we need to constantly be making these arguments. At the MDBs, at the COP26, IDB led the MDBs in signing the joint statement on nature, people, and planet. And in that, we talked about creating a financial system and providing MDB support that actually builds on these value cases and supports these kinds of activities. We also are all jointly together trying to work on different natural capital valuation methodologies, but at the IDB, we think this is one of the main strategies that we have to prioritize for the public sector so that we can create these valuations and also these scenarios like with the Is Eam model that O'Neill talked about that can show different interactions between investments and economic impacts. We work quite a bit with Gretchen and the Natural Capital Project on this. And in Colombia, we've been working for the last year to better integrate this into the National Biodiversity Planning. And it's not just with the Ministry of Environment, it's the Ministry of Public Works, it's the Ministry of Infrastructure. And it's not just mapping climate plans, it's mapping your infrastructure plan, your development plan, your health plan. And then just briefly to touch on the second question, I do think that biodiversity loss is currently underappreciated threat to financial stability, the way that this question is asked. We've seen natural capital stocks depleting, and I want to skip all of this because Elias covered it really, really well. But I think there's encouraging signs. I mean, we saw what is being done in the Netherlands. We've seen what's going on with the Network for Greening the Financial System. The Coalition of Finance Ministers of LAC has said that they're interested in this topic. And even at IDB, we are now starting to do this process, inspired by the Finance for Biodiversity paper of last year, to look at the bank's exposure to nature risk and to see how that's impacting our activities. And we also need to be looking, though, I think, at solutions, and one of them was touched on before. We know that the compensation market, right, for damages, and if we can move that to a private market of biodiversity credits, it's more than $8 billion annually. Colombia has been pioneering habitat banking models and compensation banking models that we've worked with them on that actually can create a net present value of 4.9 billion for the country if you basically are working with habitat banking in the country. That allows us to restore those areas that are being damaged. But it has to be very specific mapping of areas. It's not just universal. And then I think lastly, I would just touch on some of the projects that we're working on that could be interesting financial mechanisms, because at the bank, we've been experimenting with different solutions. Some of them are pretty standard. We're working to create platforms to link investors to the projects on the ground because we find that there's a tremendous inefficiency. There's a lot of capital out there that wants to support these activities. The habitat bankings I mentioned, but one that we worked on was the intrinsic exchange, which actually allows you to value natural capital, create a natural asset company that owns the value of the natural capital, separated, the rights of that separated from the underlying natural, land asset, and then offer that on the New York Stock Exchange, and in order to create basically value from the good preservation of natural capital. And that's something we see as very positive, and if it takes off the way we think it will, could be transformational for improving the balance sheet. And then we've also been working on ensuring natural assets like the Mesoamerican reef, creating these financial instruments to bring money into these sectors. And finally, on nature-based solution opportunities, in our region, LAC, the infrastructure needs are, close to $313 billion annually. And so there's a huge opportunity, like I said before, to bring nature into that conversation as we're moving forward. So I think that those would be basically my remarks, and just the IDB is ready to work with all partners on this, especially on the upstream planning and integration side, which for us is really the key. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Gregory. Thank you very much. Fantastic comments. And I just want to put a point on a couple of your very good comments. First, on the role of nature-based solutions. I think this is something that the financial community is just coming to grips with. And I think we need to really speed up the learning curve. Not only, of course, between development banks and international banks, but of course within our internal domestic financial systems, and so that is and some nature-based solutions are not expensive, as you well pointed out. This nature-based solutions can be very cheap and have extremely high returns, like for instance. Painting the roofs of the houses in heat-stressed cities in white, or planting trees. I mean, and I think it is so some solutions are very cheap. And the other point that you made, well, you made several points, but the other point I really want to emphasize of what you said is this venture between the Intrinsic Exchange and the New York Stock Exchange about this natural asset company concept. And I think this brings what I think is fascinating about this concept is that it will require financial statements that include this and balance sheets that describe the ecosystem services, and of course metrics and methodologies to assess the value of ecosystem services. So in the way in anything that you're doing at the IDB to foster this, I think it's going to have a significant multiplier effects. And with that, Elizabeth, to you next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafael, and very honored to be with this panel. I don't have a PhD in economics. I'm just a banker who turned into an environmentalist. So I think a lot of what I wanted to say has been said, especially by Gregory, about the opportunities, about what can be done to incorporate nature into our economy, because essentially this is what we're talking about. I think there's, of course, the value of the economy is not included today, and we put out a report, and WWF, we put out a report a couple of years ago called the Global Futures Report that just focused on the economic impact, the GDP impact at a global level of the value of 6 key economic ecosystem services: pollination, coastal protection, etc. And what would happen if we did nothing in terms of conserving the areas where those ecosystems are provided, services are provided, or what would happen if we conserve them? And the results were pretty interesting. Hold on, I lost the page where I had this. The business as usual scenario showed that this would result in a $10 trillion cost to the global GDP by 2050. And on the other hand, if a conservation scenario would yield for about $500 billion per year globally. And if you look, we did this analysis at a global level, but the most impact was in low or middle income countries, and this was corroborated in a study, in a follow-up study that the World Bank did. I think it was published last summer. Economic case for nature, and same thing. The not investing in nature is mostly bad for low-income countries, but investing in nature, that's where it yields the most benefit. And in practical terms, I think in the nature-based solutions are difficult. I think as a former banker, I can say the issue is not that people don't understand that they're profitable. I think it's the scale a lot of times, and the fact that it can't be standardized. It's difficult for a big bank to come and say, where's my portfolio of projects so that I can invest a few million in. That's the most difficult, and that's, I mean, we and other organizations like TNC or others have been dedicating a lot of time in trying to solve for that, but certainly it's not easy. And the last thing I would say is this emphasis on climate and nature. It should not be climate or nature, because it's two sides of the same coin. Climate change affects biodiversity, and biodiversity loss impairs our ability to adapt to climate change. So I think as we address these two issues, we should address them in conjunction. And connecting this to the financial sector, I really like I think Gregory might have referred to it, but I really like the report of Finance for Biodiversity that argued for for companies to when they to have an integrated framework to address both, and I think that should be everybody should think of that, not think climate or nature, but climate and nature. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aceituno, Elizabeth, and very, very much in agreement with you, of course, on climate and nature, not climate or nature. I think we cannot. In fact, this is of course the sooner we can get into that, and the NGFS, as you saw in the previous session, and is taking this position, and Chile, of course, is part of the NGFS for now a couple of years, and I think and very active participant in this work as well. So thank you very much, Elizabeth. Let me move to Johnny. I don't see you, but are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Nobody can see me?
We cannot hear you very well. Can you speak louder?
Sorry, this my microphone. I'm sorry.
That's perfect. I can see you and we can all hear you.
Thank you. Okay. So, well, first of all, thank you. And well, I'm going to try to answer the question, the first one question, and I will disaggregate it in 4 parts. In matters of the possibility of achieving a low cost and even a long-term GDP growth with orderly transition, I must say I agree that it's possible, but it's not enough. Besides, it implies a deep transformation in the way it is produced right now. I think there are at least 3 keys. Of course, maybe are a lot of more, but for me are 3 keys concepts around the transition, like the one proposed. A comprehensive policy, the one that can reach all the policy domains, that is being aware, the understanding the relationships between environment and economy facilitates the understanding to the drivers, of the drivers and impacts of climate change is the one. Second one, global policy. Where all actors are aware of the importance and benefits of a long term. And third, innovation, where the production processes are supported by the new ways of producing, which elevates the extraction rate of the environment and the flows of waste to the environment, and what we call circular economy. The second part of my answer is this is directly connected to the lost biodiversity and degradation of the ecosystems. Most likely, what we do or fail to do around the climate change is going to impact ecosystems and biodiversity. If we recognize that the production, the process of good and service take inputs from the environment and the ecosystems, but many of these are outside of the accounting boundaries of the national accounting system, everything can be easier to understand. I mean, everything can be easier to manage, to link. But I think that this is where the key lies. Is the economy willing to accept that without these inputs, it cannot produce? And even more so, is the economy willing to internalize the cost, large or small, of depletion and or degradation? The point is that the more time that goes by without taking real actions, the greater the potential cost and the impacts on productions, from my point of view. The third part of my answer, I believe that something that should go hand in hand with the possible transition process is the innovation and production process, like I said before. The question of whether the restriction imposed by nature limit the growth of the GDP, well, the word impose is funny when we refer to the fact that the nature imposes something on us as a society. I think that the society has self-imposed certain levels of growth. Noted that doesn't even mean development or well-being. We're talking about GDP, just GDP. And we're using the environment as something that limits. In a simple analogy, I will say that if it was a vehicle and we're traveling it, innovation should be the accelerator and the environment the brakes. We spend a lot of time thinking that going faster means no braking time to time, because we are thinking going downhill and straight all the time, but we're not. There are times when you must hit the brake. Innovation. This is if we want to reach our destination, of course. What I mean is that going faster does not mean going better or ensuring that the destination is reached. If the GDP and the national accounts consider natural capital, there are many, many opportunities that open growth in an orderly and sustainable manner. The last part of my question, of my answer, sorry, similarities. Well, all three classes of policies use ex-ante action, unlike the risk and catastrophic loss policies, for example. So more than similarities, I could say that there are coincidences. It is possible to manage adaptation and mitigation policy through the ecosystem management and biodiversity conservation. Costa Rica, for example, implements the forest law, in which the state must ensure the conservation, the protection, and the administration of the natural forests. It also implements the payment for environmental services that represent an investment of more than $300 million. And these two laws have achieved that the Costa Rica has 52, maybe more, 52 of forest coverage right now. This without doubt cooperates with mitigation and climate change. It seems to me that the difference may arise in the scope, because if you want to have a real impact on climate change, adaptation and mitigation policy must pursue global objectives. Because although Costa Rica has more 52 forest coverage, it still measures 50,000 square kilometers. So that is the last part of the first question. And regarding the second one, so that's going to be shorter than the first. Many times the waste stress tests are done by having a basis scenario that assumes that everything follows the current path, the current trend, and nobody does anything differently. This is what we will call unexpected scenarios. In this sense, we could say that the risk must be incorporated as a part on unexpected path, expect trajectory. No action will be taken and business will continue as usual. So as a result, the basis scenario will be climate change because it is in fact a risk. So we must include it into the basis scenario. It's something that comes to my mind that naturally we should take the scenario, the basis scenario with this climate change risk. And regarding all the regulatory measure, it seems to me that the priority is for supervisors to clearly express to their supervisors what they expect from them. For example, what information should they collecting? What data are they not currently asking and should start to asking for? What is the supervisor expecting them to do on the risk management and the strategy, and how the supervisor is going to control and monitor all of that? This is the finished statement that I want to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Johnny. I just, I really like your point, many points that you made, but particularly the point on innovation. I think, and Costa Rica has been innovating. I mean, you are even looking into the looking with the natural asset company concept into the seas and how to protect the seas and the, but innovation is so fundamental going forward because if regulators and policymakers just simply are able to take into account the innovations that already have happened, I think we would be able to reduce our carbon footprint dramatically by really pushing investments in renewable energy or in new foods that vegetables that are and diets that are indispensable to reduce our carbon footprint. So I think innovation is endogenous. It's not. We shouldn't look at it as exogenous, and there are many examples about it. I don't want to delay this. Klaus, please, thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. I will stick, and thanks for the invitation, actually, to this excellent conference and excellent final panel. I will stick more or less literally to the questions which were asked and put in writing to us by the central bank. Let me first start with the first question and addressing some of the issues in answering this question. One is what should go into the base scenario and what should be alternative scenarios in not only our financial assessment, but regarding growth projections generally and development projections generally. And this is a question which was very well phrased also by Elias, who very candidly reflected our ignorance about which are the different scenarios. In my view, the no climate action scenario and the no biodiversity loss scenario, both of them combined, would imply very large consequences with tipping points and adverse climate change and biodiversity loss interactions which actually were discussed explicitly by Jeremy Granham and Nick Robbins this morning. And this would be all reflected in an exponentially growing increase in average temperatures and destruction in destruction of biodiversity, and in the frequency and intensity of climate change and biodiversity loss-induced natural disasters. This, I would say, is a base scenario. Now, spelling out exactly which is a base scenario gets increasingly difficult with the time frame which we are addressing. But we know for sure that this should be the base scenario based on the scientific knowledge which is accumulated up to now. Alternative scenarios would be, for instance, the 5 times GDP scenario presented by Elias for GDP levels toward the end of the century. Extremely unlikely 5% optimistic scenario deviation from the base case. Another question related to this is if climate change consequences are qualitatively different in terms of their assessment and their projections from biodiversity loss consequences. And I would say no, they are very much related, as discussed very much in this conference, and the implications for the well-being of humanity and even the survival of humanity are similar. And in addition, again, let me just remember that the adverse interactions between these two phenomena are very, very strong. Now, let me go briefly to the issue of how this would affect conventional GDP measures. I think that on the very highly unlikely case that the targets, in the case of climate change, that the targets of 2030 as the year of the maximum issuance and emission of greenhouse gas effects would be met, or even in the extreme case, and the even more unlikely case that they will met in 2025, which is the new date put forward by IPCC in order to limit temperature rise worldwide to plus 1.5 or 1.2 degrees, which in itself is optimistic. Then we would have to take massive changes in the structure of production and consumption, which would not necessarily be contractionary in terms of conventional GDP, but they would require a massive shift in the pattern of consumption and production and conventional investment to large-scale environmental investments, both to mitigate and adapt to climate change and to mitigate in reverse the destruction of our environments and of biodiversity. But it's very hard to assess. It's very, very hard to assess other than drawing different scenarios. It's very, very hard to assess the likelihood of these different scenarios in terms of conventional impact on conventional GDP and impact on global natural wealth over time. Let me now quickly go to the second question, which has to do with the financial sector, financial stress testing, and what we should about this. What do you think about this? This morning, Maud Abdelli and Nick Robbins presented insightful descriptions of how climate change and biodiversity loss risk could translate into several categories of risk borne by financial institutions, and what central banks and regulators are doing and should be doing to incorporate risk measures into financial sector regulations and in practice. Felipe Arango presented nature-related risks and the progress regarding risk management and financial risk disclosure, which should be done by financial and non-financial corporations, spearheaded by TNFP. Against the background of these excellent presentations, let me start by focusing on the objective and the horizon of stress tests performed by banks and by financial regulators. And this addresses exactly the question which we were asked to address. The stress tests, which are conducted today for today's standard financial system assessment and financial stability reports of the financial regulator or the central bank, which is complementary to the individual bank stress tests. The time frame of these tests extends typically from 1 to 5 years at most. This is a very short time frame for the problems we're discussing, a time frame during which the long-term catastrophic consequences of our worldwide environmental crisis do not materialize yet. However, several, but certainly not yet terminally catastrophic consequences of this crisis are already materializing now and in the next 5 years, including droughts and related famines, torrential rains, landslides, and huge wildfires, among others. Financial stress tests should include such events and their consequences for financial stability and performance of banks, insurance companies, stock markets, pension funds. Based on the estimates of the frequency and intensity of such crisis-induced natural disasters, these disasters and their financial consequences should be included in the base scenario or in the distribution of alternative scenarios around the base scenario. Obviously, the distribution would again be heavily skewed to include very adverse outcomes resulting from very intensive and hence very costly disaster scenarios. Now, moving beyond the short-term time frame of financial stress testing, certainly it is the case that macroeconomic real models and even macroeconomic financial models that are used for projecting or simulating the performance of the world economy and national economies in the long term, let's say 2024 to 2040, and the very long term, 2040 to 2100, should be based on GDP and investment measures adjusted for natural capital investment and ecosystem services. This is the only scientific and socially responsible way to consider the long-term consequences of no action and action cases in simulating our economic, social, and financial future. Now, what is my view? I was asked. What is my view regarding the key policies or regulatory measures that should be prioritized in order to reduce the potential financial impact associated with the loss of nature? Actually, the question is a bit too broadly phrased because it takes addressing all policy and regulatory changes required to address the worst environmental catastrophe. So let me rephrase the question as one referred to the regulatory requirements for banks that could be useful to include in bank reports and stress testing exercises done by banks. Let me mention, by the way, that the IFRS Foundation has recently developed the IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standards, in addition to the well-known IFRS accounting standards, which are adopted in 140 jurisdictions in the world. The sustainability disclosure standards will imply significant changes in accounting and disclosure practice based on ESG principles and best practice. And therefore, I'm sure they will come to most jurisdictions in the short term of the next years. Against this background, let me make two very modest proposals. This is very complementary to TNFP's LEAP FI approach presented by Felipe Arango this morning. First, on reporting. Several countries already require that banks and non-financial corporations publish regular sustainability reports, which include, among others, information about their estimates and pathways to attain net zero in their operations, including offset acquisition of carbon emission bonds, in issuance of green bonds to finance green loans, and portfolios classified by green and non-green loans and investments. Today, most of the latter are related to climate change-related green financial transactions, and this should be certainly extended to financial transactions related to nature loss and nature restoration. Second, on stress testing, I propose the following. Financial regulation agencies could extend required stress test scenarios, which today are limited to economic and financial shocks, that are submitted by banks to include one or two scenarios based on large natural disasters with consequences for the bank's investment and credit portfolios, and hence for their financial performance and stability. This is not hard to do and could be done very early on. Let me make two final notes. One is that financial regulators should avoid imposing over-ambitious new requirements on environmental risk and sustainability assessment, stress testing, and reporting of financial institutions. As a board member of a bank in Chile, I am keenly aware and very much worried about the exponentially growing regulatory requirements imposed by the regulator on banks, which can be only met by devoting a proportional exponential increase in bank resources and staff devoted to satisfy those requirements. Therefore, keep it as simple as possible. And finally, my second and final note is that similar requirements on publishing sustainability reports and conducting operations according to best ESG practice should be, and in fact are gradually adopted as requirements not only for banks, but on all non-financial corporations, at least those traded publicly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Klaus, for this very insightful and very interesting proposals. Just to finish, because we run out of time, and de facto, but just to mention that, yes, I concur with you totally in the relevance of the ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board work, and the importance of this work is that as was already mentioned, is the concept that the information will have to be put in the typical financial reports, standard financial reporting, and also if the information doesn't fit into the financial report, it will have to be linked in the financial report. There has to be a link to that information, and I think this is an extremely important development, because it will change the DNA of companies by giving investors an extremely strong leeway in looking at the companies and really understanding their strategies in climate now. But the ISSB is just published well a couple of months ago the first prototype, but is going to look into the other sustainability issues further. As to the issue of the horizon that you also mentioned very, very forcefully, Klaus, I think the issue of horizon is extremely important, to look beyond the typical 5 years, 3 years horizon that say banks look at. I mean, we cannot stay with that, and that's the reason why scenario analysis is so important. It's such an important tool. because and we know that pension assets are 20, 30, 40 years forward. And the insurance assets, companies' assets are also many decades. It's obvious that we need to move into this stress testing exercises from looking evaluating the time horizon in which this stress testing exercises will need to be done. I think we are we are really out of time. Gonzalo, back to you.
Thank you very much, Rafael. So I don't know if you, Daniela, want to say something now, or we just continue to the next section.
Just to continue to the next session. Thank you so much, Rafael, and our panelists. And let's move to our last agenda item. Thank you, Gonzalo.
Okay, so thank you very much, Rafael, for moderating this session. Especially thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Klaus. Thank you, Johnny. Thank you, Gregory, and thank you, Elias, for this wonderful discussion. Now we are going to continue to the closure of our conference. So we are going to start with Carolina Lopez, who is the representative in Chile and Global Training Coordinator from UNEP 5. Exceptionally, she's going to give her a speech in Spanish, and then we are going to come back to English to hear the closing remarks by Ricardo Boschart, Director of WWF Chile. And finally, we are going to hear the final thoughts of Elias Albagli, who is the Director of the Monetary Policy Division at the Central Bank of Chile, and he is going to be in charge of close this 2 days conference. So thank you very much. And the floor is yours, Carolina.
Muchas gracias, Gonzalo. Y hola, muy
Thank you,
tardes.
Gonzalo, and good afternoon to everyone. I hope you are well. It is a joy to join strengths with the initiative for the more ecological financial regulation by WWF and the Central Bank of Chile. I'd like to thank deeply to the entire team of these institutions for your efforts, your cheerfulness, and the dedication for weeks in organizing and bringing together this international conference on the loss of biodiversity and its implications for the microeconomic and financial stability. Thank you wholeheartedly to Daniela Torres, Adeli Gonzalo Garcia, and Elias Albagli, who have ensured that this meeting, this event, should be a million thanks to the panelists, international and national alike. And without them, this event would not have been possible. It has been an intensive conference, a 2-day conference to deepen on the topic of the loss of biodiversity and restoration of ecosystem in our financial system, and where we have debated the ideas and insights of the main experts, of the leading experts worldwide, and the topics that must be addressed urgently. In these 2 days of event, the central banks, the supervisors of the financial system, and the international and local organizations recognize increasingly the fundamental role of biodiversity for the macroeconomic and financial stability. Yet, this is still a understudied theme for these institutions and for the financial and economic analysis. And to bring together this knowledge and actions, it's important to approach many challenges as we have seen these days, and also to find the political guidance, the tools to record the successes and the complexity of systematizing information sources in a multidimensional way, and the toolbox. So the toolboxes for the ecosystems and to incorporate them to mainstream in the economic system. I'd like to emphasize an initiative to promote it is key to put biodiversity in our screen to promote the national resources and to stop the degradations of the systems. As we have seen in this meeting, the consequences can have significant effects affecting the stability of the financial and the economic system. Identifying and evaluating these risks must be integrated to the financial decision-making processes, recognizing nature as the heart of the economy and also the relationships between the persons and the planet. We have risks and opportunities for our businesses now and in the future. Over half the world GDP, $44 billion of economic, depend highly or moderately on nature. The institutions and companies need urgently to know how nature affects the immediate financial element and the long-term financial risks that can emerge and the positive or negative effects for nature. I'd like to take this chance to establish working and tools and to manage risks and opportunities in connection with natural capital. I invite all of you to familiarize with the work of this group so you may join this initiative. From UNPFI, which is an alliance of the United Nations for the environment and the global financial sector, which was created 30 years ago and which emerged as the first alliance between the UN and the financial industry interested in promoting sustainable finances. We've been working to promote this agenda with strategic allies such as WWF, the policymakers, regulators, and supervisors to promote a paradigmatic change. The first activities in Chile to sensitize into 2005, we had a survey on the financial sector. We promoted the roundtable on the public-private green funding, and we have carried out many activities to raise awareness on climate change and biodiversities and opportunities for the financial sector in Chile in 2016. With WWF and the Central Bank of Chile and the coordinators and supervisors of other countries, we'll continue collaborating to advance urgently in the agenda of sustainable finances, including areas such as biodiversity, ecosystems, climate change, net zero, social aspects, and many others. So many thanks for being with us for these 2 days of conference. We expect that it has been useful and will continue in touch. Thank you.
Now we continue with Ricardo Boschart, Director of WWF Chile. Ricardo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gonzalo. I want to start, I think for many of you, when you saw WWF logo next to the central bank and UNEP, it was strange. I think for Chileans, we are not yet used to see an NGO that works on traditionally on conservation and wildlife working on finance. But I have to say, this is a priority for WWF. We have 9 global priorities in the world, and finance or green finance is one of the keys objectives we are. In Chile, we have a green finance strategy since 2011. So we've been working quite a lot on these subjects because we truly believe this is key. It's key to have an incidence to the global finance flows. This global initiative has been created to support and integrate environmental consideration and maintenance to central banks and finance organizations. And I think this seminar has clearly stated the importance of the green finance and the health of the planet, and the other way around, if our planet is not healthy, the impact that it will have on our planet and our economy. I think that has been super clear these days. We have seen so many examples and issues that are looking into this super important factor that I hope that after these 2 days, tired as we all are, you really have a deep understanding of what it's at stakes. What comes now? Well, we have to go into the concrete actions. And this is something that is the task to do. We saw so many examples at landscape or national level, but the problem is the finance sector, especially the banks, need to work at side sector with one client. And that is the challenge. And I think that is the challenge we all have to face all around the world, but specifically in Chile. And we had so good examples that we have to look differently in our problems. For example, in our the example we saw yesterday with our cities work, that it was said we should invest in green areas, and therefore we will save quite a lot of money in antidepressant medication. For example, we have to look the world from another angle. We have to look it wider, because there are so many elephants in the room, if you want to put it some way, if we don't do it this way. I really want to thank and celebrate the opportunity to organize this conference with the Central Bank of Chile and with the UNEP FI that we have been working quite a lot in the last years. And I also want to thank all the speakers that accompanied us today. I mean, we really appreciate your time, but also everybody that made this seminar possible, especially Daniela and Gonzalo that have been all day long with us. We are sure this is a first step to continue working together with all of you. You can count with WF in Chile and in the network and regionally. And yes, let's keep talking, because this is really, really an important subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ricardo, for your words. And to finish, now we are going to hear the words by Elias Albagli, Director of the Monetary Policy Division at the Central Bank of Chile and the mastermind of this conference. So, Elias, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Let me just close up by thanking all the speakers and the panelists for a very thoughtful and insightful conversation, from which, I mean, at least personally, I'm sure many here will agree, we have learned a lot about the different aspects involved in this multidimensional environmental crisis that we are facing globally, and how different institutions, including governments, regulators, and of course also central banks, can play their part to help steer the necessary transitions within the mandates of each institution. At the Central Bank of Chile, our main mandates are price and financial stability, as well as compiling economic statistics to inform the analysis that underpins our decisions, but also that serve an important role to inform the broader public. Now, while our mandate does not include enacting environmental policies, as Governor Rosana Costa mentioned yesterday, the Central Bank of Chile can contribute to this transition in other important ways. First, by making projections about the future. This requires understanding how the macroeconomic works, and today ignoring the economic effects of environmental degradation in multiple nature's dimension when thinking about the medium to long run is quite literally like trying to, as we Chileans say, it's like trying to cover the sun with one finger. Maybe this is a global saying, I don't know. I've just heard it in Chile, but I guess the interpretation is the same for everybody. It is just bad economics. Second, the same logic applies to the assessment of financial risks. One cannot keep on doing meaningful stress testing analysis while ignoring the direct consequences of environmental degradation on households and corporate balance sheets. And finally, we need to incorporate nature into our nature and the ecosystem services that they provide into our metrics, into our valuation, into our economic accounting. And for this purpose, the Central Bank of Chile has joined the Natural Capital Committee, together with other government institutions, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Economy, and the Environment Ministry, as well as the Scientific Council that advises the President, so that we can together make advances in understanding and implementing natural capital valuation to inform our own economic and financial analysis but also the broader public, as well as also informing the evaluation of public policies that other government institutions with the corresponding mandates might find useful. And this is perhaps the last point I want to stress, the role of collaboration that many of you have mentioned. Just as the actions by one party that damage nature inflict important negative externalities to other actors, when institutions start working to reverse this problem, to reverse the degradation of nature, I think we should also expect, and indeed we should welcome, the fact that we generate positive externalities from the actions of one institution to other institutions. And I think this is a good starting point for thinking about collaborations. At the Central Bank of Chile, we hope that the environmental agenda, in which we are actively working to incorporate several of the aspects discussed in this conference, consistent with our mandate, will indeed be of interest and will benefit and complement the efforts of other institutions and the public in general. Let me just finish by thanking all the staff of the bank that worked organizing this event, including Gonzalo and also Antonia at the Monetary Policy Division, as well as Michelle Moure and Felipe Lozano, who worked very hard in the Institutional Affairs Division to make this event possible. I would also like to thank our co-organizers, the WWF, especially Daniela Torres, who worked closely with us in the last few months, as well as the group involved from UNEP FI. We are also very grateful to ICARE for participating in the event and helping us with the dissemination that worked out pretty well. Hopefully this will be just the first of many initiatives seeking to inform the urgent agenda of incorporating nature into our decision making. Again, thank you everybody. Thank you the speakers, organizers, and the audience for following the event. And for those who couldn't join or would like to watch again some of the presentations, I should also point out that the recordings will be available at the Central Banks of Chile YouTube channel. So thank you very much. I'll see you soon.